Good morning, everyone. Happy Tuesday. Today is day 27 in the Chad Daybell trial. Yesterday was quite the day. We started off fuming with Emma Daybell, Chad Daybell's daughter, who, let's just say, maybe perjured herself on the stand, in my opinion, in your opinion, in everybody's opinion. I can't tell you how many comments I've had on that stream about liar, liar, pants on fire. And one person also enjoyed, where did I have it? They enjoyed that I made a comment in the actual live stream about, let me see if I still have it. When everyone stood up, I might not have it. Everyone stood up and I said, oh, yes, let's stand up, Emma, and shake the lies out of your leg. I got a couple comments on that. Inferno pants. I see Matt Price in the chat. Welcome, Matt, and welcome to everyone else. Matt, his wife will be on the stand apparently today. So we'll find out more about that. We don't want to say too much because maybe John might be watching. I think he watches a few people. Good morning. I do hope the jury sees through that too. So can't listen, but I can watch that. Well, that's good. That's good. I don't want you to get in trouble. There's no trouble. We don't want anyone breaking any rules. So as long as everything's okay, then you're okay. No rule breaking. That's not towards you, Matt. That's just in general. Keep it classy in the chat. Okay. So yesterday, we had Emma Daybell. We had Garth Daybell, the oldest of Tammy and Chad's children. We had Joseph Murray, who is the husband of Emma. And we also briefly had Garth's lawyer. And we learned a little bit more about their side of things, I guess you could say. What's interesting was the obvious coaching of Emma. I don't know one person that said that was an authentic testimony. However, I do think there was a point, I did point it out yesterday, there was a point where I do believe what was authentic from Emma, and that was about the autopsies. I do believe, she truly believes that nobody should have an autopsy. So I think that was her most authentic statement in her entire testimony. Can I please have the scrolling banner at bottom of your screen be stationary instead of scrolling? Okay, I could do that. Sometimes when it scrolls, it makes people look, because I have people that still come in and go, who's on the stand? And I have it on down. Super coached. Matt Price, because Matt was a neighbor to, I guess Chad was a neighbor to Matt and his wife Regan. And hopefully we can have Matt on. We got to figure out a time. I know, Matt, we are trying to figure that out. And I think it's best to wait. Ooh, troll alert. Where's that? Now, this is a good question because they didn't mention it. I don't remember him saying what time Garth found his mom at that point, but we know that there was a 911 call at around 6 a.m. that morning. Interesting that the sleep apnea part was brought up by Emma. I just feel like it was like, okay, Emma, okay, you got to bring up something to save your dad. So maybe the sleep apnea and how it's, because she started talking about all kinds of things, and the way she worded it, it just didn't feel authentic. But I don't think the apple falls too far from the tree, because we know Chad lies. And I'm sorry, I'm going to say it, but Chad's mom wasn't 100% honest on that stand either. So there's that. Good morning. John just told Regan he doesn't need her because she can't produce exact dates that fit his agenda. Her testimony will be short. Ooh, Matt, maybe can you guys come on at lunchtime? Wonder if that's possible. Wonder if we could figure that out, if you can. And if not, maybe after? Maybe after the... Oh, no, wait. What day is it today? Oh, no, we're good. My son's dad's picking my son up. I gotta double check that. I'll double check that in a minute. Okay. There was one thing too that they didn't ask Garth that they asked Emma. And I gotta rework that. It was interesting because he said he watched YouTube till 3 a.m. Remember my theory about the middle of the night? Anyway, I'll have to work that out. And then interestingly about the raccoons and where Chad showed Garth where the raccoon was, which wasn't where he told Tammy. So again, a little bit of a liar. Chad is. Yeah, remember that? That's when my dad saw my mom die. I want to know more. Yes, that Matt Price. That would be him. Agree, jurors are not that stupid. The only thing is I'm wondering, because we know so much of the case, I wonder how they're taking it in. Because there's so many people, there's so many things going on. I'm wondering what the experience is for them. Emma was authentic about not liking to drink her mom's concoction. Somebody in the comments said, not in the chat, but in the comments said, colloidal silver and water doesn't taste like anything. If you guys have taken it, let me know what it is. I know people who have taken it. I've never taken it, but I'm interested in that. Hi, neighbors. Day 2 of the John Pryor Spaghetti Show, featuring Linda, Chad Daybell, spiritual dark triad narcissist. On my way home, it's 21:35 in Indonesia, rushing home to join you guys. Okay, welcome. Thank you. Okay. We'll see you soon, I guess. Don't text and drive, though. Thank you. John Pryor Spaghetti Show. I'm okay. I'm fully caught up now. My ears were attacked by a dark entity with a rating of BS. Oh no, that was just Emma's and Garth's testimony. I love the snark, you guys. Nice to see you. Thanks for being here. Good morning. Okay, let's continue. What do you think about the 5K race that Emma was talking about? We've heard from several people and even had witnesses say that they saw Tammy run that day or at the end, and that she was, in fact, training. We can talk more about the 5K race too on the underground stuff, but just the run itself. that she wasn't training for it. She wasn't doing it. It was, in fact, Emma that ran it, that Tammy was a volunteer with a volunteer shirt on. And she was wearing jeans and a t-shirt. That's interesting. Emma definitely fell on the sword for Chad was saying she did the search. I don't believe that at all. That one was probably the most like, you gotta be me. The SSW wind direction that she searched it at the house that day. I am so doing a video on her. P.S. Mitchell, can you please enable closed captions on live? I would love to. However, I can't because the judges isn't closed captions and it doesn't work on mine. I don't know how else to do it. For some reason, that's not, it won't work. So I do think about those who need it. And for some reason, it doesn't work. If anybody knows that little super secret how to do it, I would love to know. Now, depending on how many people we get today, I might have to slow the chat, but for now, I'm not going to. If you guys are okay with that, I'm okay with that. Yep, he could have been. That wasn't asked, interestingly. I don't believe she made the search at all. I think she's covering her up for daddy. Yeah. I thought about that because I was wondering when she first said, he said exasperated. And then I wonder if he switched his thought and said it, or if he was, you know, John was feeding him the exasperated. He said exasperated, didn't he? That's true. Yeah. I've had a few comments on that too. Now my computer sounds like it's working extra hard. Let's see. Just take away some things here. So I'm starting to hear it. Now, if you're wondering about that SSW wind direction, that's the day before Tylee died. Let me just pull this up. I think that was on the 8th. I was pretty sure it's on the 8th. Court has not started. We are awaiting it. I love, though, that Lindsay was coming in and started firing at Emma, saying, oh, you know what? Didn't you say you're here to tell the truth? Yeah. So you don't remember this? You don't remember that? No. Wouldn't that be great? We won't, though, I don't think. Okay, there you go. Colloidal silver has no taste. So Emma is lying again.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Can't wait to do a video, you guys. I will do it as fast as I can. Hang on now. We have no sound in court.
All right, we're back on the record on CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. This is continuing with the defense case in chief today. As we left off yesterday, I believe Joseph Murray was on the stand.
There we go.
And I'll note that the jurors have each returned and signed their juror affirmation for the date. If we're ready to proceed then with additional testimony, we'll go ahead and have the jurors brought in at this time, please.
Awesome. Thanks, KCL. It's just hard because it's so much information that you worry. I don't worry that they're dumb at all. I just worry that it's so much to take in.
All right, please. Who's up as a count for you? Thank you. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We are on the record on CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We're continuing with the defense case in chief. The court would note the jurors are all returned and present, properly seated. Jurors have each signed their juror affirmation that they followed the court's admonishing instruction yesterday as you left. So thank you again for continuing to follow that as you have throughout this trial. The witness is on the stand, Mr. Murray, who's previously been placed under oath. We were continuing with direct examination when we broke for the day yesterday, or I think, did we complete direct examination?
Yes, Judge. Yes,
Okay,
Your Honor.
thank you for the reminder then. Direct had concluded, so we'll start on cross-examination at this time. And is that going to be you, Mr. Wixom?
It will, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wixom, then if you'd like to commence with your cross, you may do so.
Thank you. Your Honor, before I begin, may I ask to be provided with the state's previously admitted exhibit 77G as in George?
Yes.
Thank you.
And Judge, again, what exhibit did he reference?
77G.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may I begin while the clerk's looking for that?
Yes, if you'd like, you may.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Murray.
Morning.
So I want to start this morning by revisiting the questions you were asked by the defense counsel yesterday. Do you remember when you first took the stand, he had asked you to explain to the jury how many times that you had met with him?
Yes.
And do you remember what your answer was to that?
Once 2 days ago and one other time on the phone.
Now, you wouldn't disagree, would you, that the loss of Tammy Daybell would be and was a traumatic experience for your wife and for her siblings?
Absolutely. All right. I absolutely would agree that that would be the case.
Likewise, would you agree that the finding of Tylee and JJ's bodies on Chad's property was likewise a traumatic experience?
Yes, for the whole family, indeed.
So it would be safe to say then that over the course of the last 5 years, you have probably had many conversations with your spouse about the surrounding facts, haven't you?
Yes.
And likewise, is it also safe to say that you've had many conversations with her siblings about these same situations?
Not, I wouldn't say many, but because we didn't live in the same household and we weren't gathering weekly even. So I wouldn't say many.
But you did have conversations over the course of the last 5 years with the siblings.
Yes.
You said that you didn't live in the same house with them? Is that what you said?
With the exception of one brother, one of Emma's brothers. Yeah.
Okay. And we'll come back to that. With respect to the events of October 9th, you were asked some questions about the layout of your house relative to Chad Daybell's, and you explained that your house is kitty corner.
Correct.
And you'd also referenced in your testimony that you've testified previously about these things in a grand jury proceeding,
Correct.
and that would have been roughly May of 2021.
Correct.
And Mr. Pryor had asked you some questions relative to your testimony in that proceeding. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Okay. And those questions in part were directed towards your information about this October 9th attempted shooting of Tammy.
Correct.
Now, I just want to be clear. In your grand jury testimony, and I believe yesterday you confirmed that you did not see the attempted shooting.
That is correct.
And in fact, you weren't even aware of the shooting until after you received a 911 notification.
Notification on Facebook.
I'm sorry. That's what I meant to say.
Yep.
And it was after that notification that you asked your wife about it. She hadn't seen it, correct?
She had just seen it as I was going into the house at
And
about
the-
the same time, roughly.
Thank you. And then either one of you reached out to Tammy and called her.
Yes, she did.
And so you at some point talked to Tammy, or did you at least overhear the conversation she was having with your spouse?
Yes.
Which was it?
I didn't directly talk to her. I overheard the conversation.
Okay. Now, just for clarification, your testimony today, yesterday, and at the grand jury is that you don't have any personal knowledge with respect to however that shooting occurred or whatever went down. Fair?
That is correct.
Now, when you finished talking to Tammy, or your wife did, you decided to make a 911 call?
My wife was still on the phone with Tammy when I made the call.
And you did that, I presume, because you were alarmed with the situation.
Yes.
And at that point, to your knowledge, had Chad ever made a phone call?
Not that I am aware of.
And frankly, at that point, Tammy had not called 911 either, had she?
No.
Judge, objection. There's no foundation to establish that he would have any knowledge of that.
Overruled, not timely.
You were also asked questions by Mr. Pryor yesterday about having talked to Deputy Cannon
Correct.
back on October 9th when this attempted shooting happened.
Correct.
You had explained that you went into the roadway and met him and gave him some details.
Correct.
And in fact, I think you denied yesterday that you had ever told Deputy Cannon that you had heard Tammy scream.
That is correct.
Likewise, I think you denied that you went over to the house immediately after the scream and didn't see anything suspicious. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So then it's your testimony that Deputy Cannon, if he put that in his report, has it wrong. Is that fair?
That is absolutely fair.
So he has inaccurate information.
That is true.
And I think you tried to explain that away somewhat yesterday by the fact that
Judge, I'm going to object to the characterization, explaining away.
Sustained.
you don't disagree that yesterday on this point, you had explained that when you had met with Deputy Cannon in the roadway, you were quick to give him information because you wanted him to go search.
Correct.
So isn't it possible that whatever you were relaying to Deputy Cannon in that quick interaction, one reason for the discrepancy could be he misunderstood what you were saying?
Possible, but very unlikely.
So you believe he was intentionally inaccurate?
Correct.
Okay. With respect to what you said yesterday about Tammy never having described this paintball gun as anything but a paintball gun, you did testify to that, yes?
Yep.
Isn't it possible that you simply could have been mistaken about Tammy's full description of what happened as you were overhearing and listening to a conversation that she was having with your wife?
Due to the fact that it was on speakerphone, I don't think so.
Well, you said a second ago that it still could have been possible that given the nature of the situation, Deputy Cannon could have been confused by your explanation to him, correct? You just said that.
Yes, but I was also very clear in what I explained to him.
But you don't believe that you're beyond having that same kind of miscommunication if that did occur.
No, based off of the fact that both my wife and I had the same understanding from the
Well,
same
I'm not asking
conversation.
about your wife's understanding. I'm asking you, yes or no. You certainly could have had the same kind of misunderstanding,
I don't believe so.
but you could have, or you simply,
Judge asked and answered.
Sustained.
after you gave that information, whatever information you gave to Deputy Cannon, did you have any further conversations with him about this?
No,
In fact, you went back afterwards and talked to your wife and talked to your mother-in-law some more about this incident,
when are you referring to?
anytime at all?
Maybe the next day or after that. I don't recall having a specific conversation about it after.
Now, yesterday, I'm going to move on to October 18th. You had testified, and I think you'd confirmed through your defense counsel that on the 18th of October of 2019, that you had been helping a friend do some work. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in fact, it was because of that work that you felt a need to borrow your mother-in-law's truck. Is that correct?
My in-laws truck, yes.
Well, in fact, going back to the grand jury testimony back in May of 2021, when you were asked about this, do you disagree that in the transcript, you specifically described it as your mother-in-law's truck?
I may have, but it was owned by
Just
both of
yes or
them.
no is all I asked for. So I think you also explained yesterday that on that day when you needed the truck, you went to her to get the keys at work, correct?
Correct.
And so you had indicated that she had the truck at work, correct?
Correct.
So on that day, she'd driven the truck,
Yes.
and that was October 18th.
Yep.
That would have been just under 10 days from the shooting incident, correct?
Yeah.
And in fact, when you returned the keys, you returned those same keys back to Tammy, correct?
Correct.
Now, you also testified yesterday that at some point Chad Daybell gave you that very truck.
Yep.
Do you still have that truck?
Yes.
You still drive it?
Not right now because it has some mechanical issues.
Okay. But you were given the truck back in December of 2019?
Yep.
Right. Did you drive it for some time after it was given to you?
Yes.
Now, you likewise have explained that you have been married to Emma for 7 years, I think.
Almost 7 years.
So roughly 5 years ago, you would have been married to her a couple of years.
Correct.
At that point in time, you had one child.
Correct.
At that point in time, you lived across the street, kitty corner.
Correct.
And then, isn't it true that on June 9th of 2019, of 2020, when Chad was arrested, you and Emma moved into Chad's home?
Correct. Well, not on after. Are you saying after June 9th? Sorry.
Sure.
Okay. Yes. Not on June 9th, but after. Yes.
Yes. Okay. If I might have permission to publish state 77G at this time on the Elmo.
You may.
So going back to receiving that truck, you were given that truck by Chad. Yesterday you testified in 2018, but I think you later clarified that was 2019. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And that was December of 2019?
Correct.
Did you explain the occasion as to why Chad gave you the truck in December of 2019?
No.
Why did he give you the truck in 2019?
Because we only had one working vehicle at the time.
And so on June 9th of 2020, it was shortly after that, that you moved into Chad's home.
Correct.
That's when he got arrested, correct?
Correct.
And that's the day they found Tylee and JJ on that property, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Now, I want to call your attention to this exhibit, and I want to invite you to go down and look at the entry. Let's see. The fifth entry that's dated June 9th. Will you look at that, please?
Yep.
And what is that reflecting?
Deposit into my checking account,
For what amount?
$8,000.
And who made that deposit?
I am not exactly sure.
You're not aware if that would have came from Chad Daybell?
Well, I know we got $8,000, but I wasn't sure. It just said $8,000. So
So you don't disagree that this was $8,000 that came from Chad Daybell?
No.
Okay. No, you don't disagree?
no, I don't disagree.
Okay. And that occurred, I'm done, Your Honor. That occurred again, the day he was arrested.
Yep.
So to be clear, Chad Daybell in December 2019 gave you his truck.
Yep.
Okay. And then later in June 9th, when he's arrested, he deposited $8,000 into your account.
Yep.
Correct. And then he had you guys move into his house, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And were you aware that he also gave Emma $9,000 in cash that day?
Yes.
So he gave you roughly $17,000 in cash,
Okay.
correct? Had given you one of his vehicles, correct?
Yep.
And gave you a place to live, correct?
Yep.
You were asked questions, and we've already alluded to this, that at some point you had found out that JJ and Tylee had been buried in Chad's backyard.
Correct.
Right. Right. You had described, in fact, that you believe JJ had been buried by the pond and Tylee by the fire pit, correct?
Yeah.
Now, have you ever met JJ and Tylee's mother?
Lori Valla?
Yes.
No. I mean, yes, sorry. I went back to the thing you were talking about, them in particular. Yes, I've met Lori.
Okay. And isn't it true that the first day you met Lori was the day after Tammy's funeral at Chad's house?
Yes.
So she came to Chad's house, and that's where the family met her.
Yes.
And that was it the immediate day after her funeral?
I don't recall the exact day, if it was the immediate day after, but it was shortly after. Yes.
Yeah, and you would testify to that effectively, that
Yep.
it was the day after. Have you ever heard the name Alex Cox?
Yes.
And who is Alex Cox?
Lori Valla's brother.
Had you ever met Alex Cox?
No.
Had you at any point in time ever seen Alex Cox on Chad's property?
No.
You were asked some questions yesterday about the layout of Chad's property. Do you recall specifically getting a question about the long driveway?
Yes.
And you were asked a question about whether or not someone could access the long driveway to a place behind the property where they then could not be seen from the roadway. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you acknowledge that there is a place back there where someone could access through the driveway, through a gate, and then not be visible from the roadway to the public while they're back there.
Yep.
So then you wouldn't disagree. And that area was in the general area that accessed both the pond and the fire pit, correct?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. Counsel's testifying.
Sustained.
Didn't you testify yesterday that that access point was in the general area of the pond and the fire pit?
Yes.
So then you wouldn't disagree that whomever, whether it was Chad or somebody else,
Judge, objection calls for speculation.
On that second part of the question, I will sustain that.
you wouldn't disagree that anybody who buried those children could have used that driveway and have done so outside the visibility of the roadway, correct?
From the Salem Highway, no, they would not have been able to.
Now, you testified also that at some point in time, Detective Hermosillo had been seen driving by this property,
Yep, before and after Chad's arrest.
and that was something that you had observed personally?
Yep.
And at that point, had you met Detective Hermosillo?
Yes,
And that's how you were able to identify him?
and I've also seen him on Facebook.
Okay. Did you see Detective Hermosillo the day that Tylee and JJ were found?
I can't recall for sure on that day.
You don't have any reason to disagree that Detective Firmacio was one of the lead investigators in this case.
No, I have no reason to disagree on that.
No reason to disagree that in fact he was there the day that the bodies were found.
I would assume so.
So you wouldn't disagree that for law enforcement to drive back and forth by this property, that they may have suspected the bodies were, and in fact found the bodies there. That wouldn't necessarily be unusual, would it?
Perhaps no. However, this was even after the bodies were taken out, that he would slowly drive by the property.
And to that point, so you would disagree that a detective who discovers bodies on a property, arrests somebody from the property, might have a surveillance or investigative interest in continuing to drive by the property to identify if someone else was coming back to the property after the bodies had removed. You don't disagree with that, do you?
I don't see the reason for it.
You're not a law enforcement officer, are you?
Absolutely not. I would rather choose any other profession.
Okay.
Choose any other profession.
But you don't disagree that a law enforcement officer who found bodies on a property might want to continue to observe that property to see if anything else suspicious occurred there at the property.
I don't see the reason for him returning.
Do you think finding bodies on a property is a big deal?
Judge, I'm going to object. It's been asked and answered at least a couple of times.
Sustained.
When Detective Firmacio was driving by the property, did he ever make contact with you?
No,
Were you aware that some kind of memorial had been placed on that property relative to Tylee and JJ?
yes, but the slow driving by wasn't just on 200 North, it was also on Salem Highway.
You don't disagree that for a law enforcement officer to find two children buried on a property would be a traumatic event, do you?
I don't disagree. However, I don't understand why during working hours we would need to return and visit the memorial.
So that's not understandable to you how a law enforcement officer might have a traumatic experience and go back and visit the property.
I didn't say that.
So then you agreed it could be.
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. Redirect, Mr. Pryor.
And Judge, I'll need 77G.
Very well. I don't know if it's still up there. If it is, Mr. Wixom, just please leave it.
All right, did I return that exhibit back to Marshall? I can't remember. Thank you.
Thank you. Judge, may I publish 77G?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning.
I'd like you to count down the fourth entry on 77G.
Okay,
It says the name Seth C. Daybell. Do you see that?
I do.
Can you tell me who Seth C. Daybell is?
Seth is the son of Chad and Tammy Daybell, also my wife's brother.
And do you see how much money Seth got?
$8,000.
Okay. Are you aware of any of the other children of Chad Daybell getting money as well?
I believe all of them did.
Do you know what the amounts were?
$8,000.
Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right. That'll conclude the testimony then of Mr. Murray. Is he going to remain under your subpoena, Mr. Pryor?
He is not, Judge.
Has the state got him under subpoena? Okay, you are released then from any subpoena. Thank you for coming in and testifying, Mr. Murray. You can be excused.
That was perfect right there that he said, no,
And-
I'd rather have any other job.
Your Honor, before we bring in the next witness, may we have a sidebar?
Yes.
Yeah, let's talk about the perjury and the disdain for any type of authority. Let's talk about that. That was good. I don't know about you guys, but that was good. that just showed also when they were talking about the memorial and he doesn't understand why, and this slow drive-by the house. I mean, even with Rocky Wixom saying, okay, wait a minute. So there's a detective that slowly drives by the house. There was already children found, and you don't know why they continue to do that. And why didn't they go in? I guess they couldn't have maybe gone too far into Lori visiting Chad the very next day. Cynthia, oh yeah, you better believe it. Mama's gonna do one. It might take a couple days, but it'll be worth it. I promise you. It takes me a little bit of time and coordinating that with editor as well, but I'm gonna rip this to strips, as you know. So here's the interesting thing. I like that John brought up that Seth also got $8,000. Now, if we rewind a little bit, about the $9,000 they also got, so $17,000 that day. Okay, Emma said in the cop car confession that I did a video on that she didn't want to tell Joe about all the money. She wanted to keep this secret, and so that's also interesting. Let me give you this link for you guys to watch my video if you haven't, because I know new people are coming in every day. So welcome to the new viewers. And also I appreciate I won't call you old, other viewers. So I love that John brought it up, because now it's like, oh, everybody got the 8,000 the day of his arrest. We'll see what happens. Who else is a little fibber? Because what that's looking like to the jury is now these kids are paid to lie and stick up for Chad, which is wonderful in my opinion, because they're not doing it maliciously. They legit are seeing these guys lie on the stand. They're pointing it out like, wait a minute, you said this when it was this. You said this when it was this. And he's basically accusing Coulter Cannon of inaccurate info. It's just interesting.
All right, Mr. Pryor, you can call your next witness.
You had permission to approach the podium.
Yes.
The judge is like, oh, yes, fine. God.
Dr. Kathy Raven. And Judge, while we're waiting, my understanding is there's a stipulation of the parties on Defense Exhibit 135. It encompasses the forensic report of Dr. Kathy Raven. I'd move for admission of 135.
I can take that up. I'll prefer to get that admitted once we have the witness on the stand.
You can hang on to it. That's all. Thank you.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, I do.
A little bit.
Oh, okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
May I, Judge?
Give us just a sec here, Mr. Pryor.
Oh, okay. Okay, thanks.
A few people have asked about the ticker at the bottom. If I don't put the ticker on, it makes it really big. So once I add comments on top of that, it takes away from all the court viewing. So hopefully it doesn't bother you too much.
All right, Mr. Pryor, before we go on inquiry, I believe this is an expert witness, so likewise, or likely not subject to the exclusionary rules. Is that your understanding?
It is, Judge.
Okay, you may inquire then. Thank you, Mr. Pryor.
Good morning, Dr. Raven. Would you please state your name, spell your last name for the record?
Catherine Raven, Raven.
And can you tell me what your occupation is?
I am a forensic pathologist.
Okay, explain to me what a forensic pathologist is.
I'm a medical doctor. I actually did 4 years of medical school. Then I became a pathologist, which is the doctor that's at the hospital, does all the lab tests, biopsies. But I specialized even further in that. I went into forensic pathology, and that's applying the knowledge of medicine as a doctor. And really the main focus is to determine cause of death in individuals,
Okay, and in what state do you practice?
primarily in California.
And do you have any cities or municipalities that you associate with that you do work primarily for?
Yes, I'm a contract forensic pathologist in California, and I primarily work in Alameda County, which is the Bay Area, and also in Butte County.
Okay, and how long have you been a licensed forensic pathologist?
25, 26 years now.
And you're presently, obviously, you testified you're presently engaged in that profession at the present time. Is that right?
That's correct.
And where did you receive your training in pathology?
In pathology, I received it in Colorado, Denver, Colorado, at the University of Colorado Health Science Center. It was 4 years of general pathology.
And what sort of certifications or what sort of certifications are required in order to be a pathologist?
Well, to be a general pathologist, you can either be an anatomical pathologist or a clinical pathologist. So after you do a residency, you would take a board examination. I'm certified in both anatomical and clinical pathology. I also did a year of neuropathology, the studying of the nervous system, injury to the nervous system. And then I did a year of forensic pathology, which is where I do subspecialize and just did forensic pathology. I am also board certified in forensic pathology.
And you jumped the gun on me. And when we say that there is a, is that the American Board of Pathology?
Yes.
And what is the American Board of Pathology?
It's just a board, it's national. Every pathologist who's board certified takes the exact same test, regardless of where they did their training at. To be a board certified pathologist, you'd have to pass the examination.
And I assume then that you passed that examination.
Yes.
Are you, and do you have any publications or any theses that you've written as part of your 25-year career?
As a fellow, when I was in training, I had a paper published, but other than that, I've been a practicing pathologist.
So you do the hands-on work of a pathologist.
Correct.
You're not a academic person.
That's correct.
Okay. Have you testified previously in any proceedings?
Yes.
Have you previously been approved as an expert in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
And can you give me approximately how many times you've done that?
Probably close to 300 or more.
Okay. Now, I skipped one question. Is part of your certification, is that a national certification?
Yes. It's a board certification, so it's a national test. Yes.
Okay. So in other words, you can apply your principles of forensic pathology anywhere in the United States. It's a scientific process. Would that be fair?
Yes. As far as the pathology itself, you have to be licensed in a particular state to practice in that state. But as a pathologist, I could go anywhere and be a pathologist.
Now, in this particular case, you were retained by my office to conduct an investigation regarding this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the area of investigation you were to conduct was in what area of this case?
If I'm understanding the question, I was asked to review the autopsy report and other pertinent materials.
Okay. And when you did review the autopsy report?
Correct.
And do you have a recollection of all of the other documents that you reviewed?
A summary of them, but I don't know them specifically without my report.
Would it help you if I were to provide you your report?
Yes.
And Judge, at this time, I'm going to move for admission of defense exhibit, I think it's 135.
As a statement, able to review that?
Yes, Your Honor, no objection.
Very well. Defense Exhibit 135 is admitted. Can you, and that's the
Thank you.
report, Mr. Pryor, paper copy?
That is a paper copy and I have a paper copy as well. And Dr. Raven, if you would be so kind as to just review, we can't have you read off, unfortunately, what you um, uh, line by line. So if you're able to review and give us a synopsis of what you looked at after you've reviewed it, set it down, and then we'll proceed from that.
I could give a general.
Okay, go ahead. What documents did you review as part of this?
Dr. Christensen's autopsy report from Utah. Along with that were autopsy photographs. There are also some scene photographs that I reviewed. The death certificate, the original death certificate I reviewed. There was a couple reports from the coroner. I don't know if they were the official reports, but some typewritten reports from the coroner, and some law enforcement investigation reports also.
Okay. And then in addition, in a previous matter, and I don't want to say what matter, in a previous matter, you looked and reviewed previous testimony as well,
I
correct?
reviewed previous testimony from Dr. Christensen, correct?
Okay. And you also looked at some of Dr. Marsden's remarks as well?
I don't recall her remarks as much as Dr. Christensen's.
Okay. Now, I want to go in the area of conclusions that are drawn as the result of an autopsy. And I understand there are approximately 5 categories that you could arrive at as a result of conclusions that you make when you're conducting an autopsy. Is that fair?
I'm not sure I'm following the question.
Okay. In this particular case, you arrived at a conclusion in terms of your review of the case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that conclusion, there are other conclusions that someone in your field as a forensic pathologist can arrive at. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
And what would some of those other conclusions be?
In this particular case.
Well, in any
Either.
case, in general,
You mean as far as manner of death?
in terms of manner.
In manner, so manner of death, there's usually 5 categories of manner. The cause of death is the medical disease process or injury that actually caused the death, but the manner of death is how we categorize the death, really just for death certificate purposes. So either homicide, suicide, accident, undetermined, or natural death. So any one of those 5 for manner of death can be would fit a certain case. If we don't know or it doesn't fit particularly in one or the other, then we would call it undetermined.
Now, in reviewing this case, you made some summary of some of the materials in terms of what you discovered. Can you talk briefly about the summary of some of the things you arrived at as part of your review?
Well, specifically, I paid most attention to the autopsy report. It was an autopsy after embalming and disinterment. It was a thorough autopsy. I reviewed that. There was a few injuries, some bruising, which are very nonspecific to the arms.
And if we could stop there in a
Yeah.
minute and just talk briefly about what is nonspecific bruising?
So nonspecific bruising just means there's not a pattern to it, and anything can cause a bruise or a contusion. Is the same thing. It's caused by blunt force. So any blunt object, blunt surface, anything, you bump your arm, you fall, someone hits you, anything blunt, to compare it to a knife, should be sharp. So anything blunt can cause a bruise. So nonspecific just means we don't know what caused them. Any number of things could cause them as long as it had a blunt surface.
Okay. And at this point, when you say nonspecific, there's no way to determine what was the cause of action that resulted in the bruises on the right arm and then the one bruise on the left arm. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you continued with your summary. I'll allow you to continue on that with what you also summarized.
Then, and there was no anatomical cause of death found at the autopsy.
Okay. And I'm gonna keep interrupting you as we go through that because this is important. When you say there was no anatomical cause of death, what does that mean?
When we do an autopsy, we look at every organ in the body. We pull it out, we dissect it, and we're looking for anything that may have caused death. So we do a dissection of the heart, looking for heart disease. We look at the lungs, the liver, every organ, the brain, looking for natural death, anything that may have caused death. In this particular case, nothing was found.
Okay. And then further, what other findings did you make?
And then the next step we would do is what's called toxicology, looking at the blood. Sometimes we look at the urine and also the fluid in the eye called vitreous. We analyze those and we look for any kind of drugs, toxins, or any abnormalities with those.
And would you agree that the toxicology report, at least according to your report that you provided, indicates that it was an extensive toxicology report?
Yes, it was a very extensive toxicology examination. They did extensive testing.
Okay. And at this point, there is always the possibility something could have been missed in the toxicology, correct?
Correct. So we just can't send a blood sample to the lab and say, look for anything and everything. We have to tell them what to look for. So most of the things we have are in a panel. We're really looking for, again, illicit drugs. If you're looking for things specifically like poisons and other things, you have to tell them which one to look for. They just don't they can't just randomly look for it. But they did extensive testing looking for several poisons and drugs.
So at this point, aside from the extensive testing, unless it was something unusual, the likelihood is that this wasn't the result of any kind of a poisoning, correct?
More than likely, it would be funny they couldn't detect anything. And there's always things we're not going to be able to detect, and the embalming does interfere with some testing, but nothing that they tested for was positive, so it would be unlikely.
Okay. And then additional findings that you made?
I have to think for a moment, sorry.
You need to refresh your report with your.
No, I just didn't know where I left off. I'm sorry. When you asked that last question. So we had the bruises that we talked about. And really that was it. There's no other anatomical cause of death from an anatomy perspective from what the organs. And then there was no toxicological cause of death either.
Okay. Now you indicated that the body was exhumed and they performed an autopsy, and then the same day the body was reburied. Is that correct?
I don't know when it was reburied. I'm sorry.
Okay. But the autopsy was done as the same day that it was exhumed, correct?
Again, I'm not sure. I know the autopsy was done on the 19th, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure when it was exhumed, to be honest.
So the date of the autopsy was October 19th of 2019.
I believe it was December. I'm sorry, it was December 11th. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, you're right
Yeah,
too.
I'm
My
sorry,
goodness,
too,
where'd I
yeah.
get that from?
Um,
I know where I got that from.
right, the date of the incident was
Data for
October 19th, but
data for
the,
passing was, and I apologize for that.
well, I misspoke too. So it was December 11th, 2019.
Okay. Now, the autopsy was done on December 11th of 2019. Do you recall when the date of the signature that was placed on the autopsy was placed on that document?
I believe it was in January. I can't remember the specific date of 2021.
So am I understanding that it would have been over a year plus between the time of the autopsy and the signing of the report?
It would probably be close to over 2 years.
Okay. And is there some explanation that you can come, logical explanation as to why there is such a gap in time between when the autopsy was done and when these folks decided to sign the document with their findings?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Do you have any idea how
No.
such a length of time?
Sometimes the toxicology testing takes a while, a few months. So if you get it back and it's negative, and you might go back and say, let's try this again. Let's try this. Let's look for this and let's look for that. That's the only thing I can think of why it would take so long to sign out a report.
Okay, and that could be the explanation, is that it took them a significant amount of time to try to find something in the toxicology that would support their theory?
Or other things, yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, you came to a conclusion in your report in regards to this case, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that conclusion?
My conclusion was that since there was no anatomical or toxicological cause of death, no injury to account for death, that it would be best classified as a cause of death as undetermined.
Okay, now when you say no physical cause of death, you did review Dr. Christensen's testimony, is that correct?
Correct.
And there was some mention, at least during this trial, of the bruising on the arms. is it your conclusion that those bruises could not be taken in consideration to support a different conclusion of asphyxia?
Well, again, the bruising on the arm is nonspecific. They're just bruises on the arm. They don't indicate or a cause of death. They don't cause death in and of themselves. They're just nonspecific bruises on the arm. So I don't believe it supports a diagnosis of anything other than there was some blunt injury to the arms.
Okay. And in regards to the suggestion that if someone were to sit on the chest of someone to try to cause asphyxiation, did you examine or look into that possibility?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying misstates the prior testimony.
Sustained.
Would it be a possible basis of asphyxiation by suffocation by sitting on someone's chest?
It's a difficult question. It's very difficult to sit on somebody's chest and kill them. There are reports. There was one scientific study done back in 2017. I believe it was out of San Diego, where they actually tried to figure out how much weight it would take, how much pressure it would take to do that. Usually when somebody does asphyxiate, it's usually several people on top of somebody, or in a crowd. You've heard of the stadiums where the crowds get stuck and everyone gets pushed together. That's several bodies. It's not just one. This particular study said it would be probably 450 plus pounds that would have to require to sit. So I think it'd be extraordinarily hard to sit on somebody, a healthy young person anyways. Maybe an old febrile person you might be able to, but I think it'd be very, very difficult and unlikely.
Okay. And then the possibility of asphyxiating them by just holding their arms, that's not going to do it either, correct? Just hold.
Objection, Your Honor. This misstates prior testimony. Move to strike.
Overruled.
Would just holding somebody's arms and leaving bruises, is there a way to asphyxiate someone that way?
No, so asphyxia just really means that there's no oxygen getting to the blood to supply our organs. So several things can cause asphyxia. Asphyxia is just a mechanism. It's not really even a cause of death. It's always due to something. So it might be asphyxia due to drowning, where we're not getting oxygen, asphyxia due to choking, asphyxia due to strangulation. So asphyxia in itself just means that they're not getting oxygen. That's a very nonspecific term.
Did you see any indication that there was any damage to the neck or the throat?
No, there was no obvious damage to the neck. There was some damage caused by the embalming process. May have obscured, at least on the right side of the neck, but there was no obvious hemorrhage or other injury.
Now, in reading Dr. Christensen, Dr. Marsden's reports, they established that this was homicide by asphyxia. And can you explain why you differ with that diagnosis?
Well, it's a person we have no cause of death for. We don't know what the cause of death is. So that would be undetermined. It's an undetermined death. It happens. Probably 5 to 10% of autopsies may be undetermined. Some reports say lower. So it's not, if we just don't find anything, there's several things can cause death without leaving any signs or indications. So since we don't know exactly what happened, we call it undetermined, and that's what I would have called this.
And some of the other possibilities other than asphyxia would include what?
As far as not leaving any signs or not having anything, a seizure can cause a death without leaving any signs. A cardiac arrhythmia can also cause death without leaving any signs. Asphyxia is one thing that can cause it. Drugs that weren't detected.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, you made note of some of the comments that were made about Tammy's past medical issues, some shaking and some lightheadedness, those sort of things. Is that something that would be consistent with a seizure diagnosis?
Well, it might be consistent with a seizure, the shaking fits that were described. Since there was no diagnosis, that's hard to say. The only way to diagnose it would have been to go to a neurologist and have it diagnosed. But certainly that's the history that we get. Some people see shaking. Sometimes it's violent. Sometimes it's even just violent. I'm sorry. Sometimes people just stare off into space. There's different kinds of seizures. So a shaking fit would be described by a layperson.
And you did touch on that, and that was the next area, is that seizures don't necessarily mean that there's episodes of violent shaking. Is that correct?
That is correct.
We've seen some of the politicians in the past several years who have just been on live camera and they just black out and there's nothing there. Those are what you.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying. Move to strike.
Sustained. And I'll strike that last question.
So a seizure, can you describe a little bit about the types of seizures for me?
Again, you can have different types of seizures. You have larger seizures what we think of larger seizures, where you think of that most people think of the shaking, the convulsing. It could be very traumatic. Actually, you can get a lot of injuries from those, serious injuries also. Or you could have smaller ones, lighter ones where sometimes people just might stare off into space. Sometimes they do like just repetitive type of motions with their hands or even their lips smacking. Very, very small, can be very subtle. It really depends where the focus is at and what type of seizure it is.
But whether it's a small seizure or a large seizure, ultimately at some point that seizure could become fatal. Is that correct?
Yes, seizures are a cause of death. We see them as a cause of death or attribute it to death, not infrequently.
Okay, you also mentioned arrhythmia. Talk to me a little bit about arrhythmia.
Well, again, these are just the things that people die from that we can't see anything. An arrhythmia is an electrical disturbance, just like a seizure is an electrical disturbance in the brain. An arrhythmia is an electrical disturbance in the heart. So same thing, we may not see anything at the time of death or at the autopsy, excuse me.
Okay. And at some point with arrhythmia, with arrhythmia, there's not necessarily any signs of damage with the heart. Is that correct?
Correct. Frequently you'll see cardiac abnormalities. You might see a structural defect in the heart, some coronary artery disease. You might see something. And then if it's a sudden death, it's a presumed cardiac arrhythmia. You don't have to have a structural defect, but we do usually see that.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, Dr. Christensen came to the conclusion that this was homicide, and your conclusion is different, obviously. Is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the explanations of the possibilities of what potentially could have caused the death without any physical signs of any structural or physical damage, what would those include?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The causes of death that could have resulted from this. They could include a seizure, is that correct?
Yes.
They could include arrhythmia, is that correct?
Yes.
They could include asphyxia, is that correct?
Yes.
Is there really any certainty to know what was the cause of death of Tammy Daybell?
No, because all those, plus again, if there's some toxicology that we didn't pick up on, can cause death without leaving any signs.
Now, is it standard practice when there's no signs and there's no indication of what could have caused the death to take a jump to asphyxia? Is that what would be the common practice?
In my opinion, no. The way I practice and the way I've always taught people to practice in the institutions I've been associated with, again, we would call them undetermined. We do get cases where we don't find anything. We don't jump to conclusions or speculate. We just say these are things that might have happened. We don't know, so we're better left calling it undetermined. Other people might practice differently.
Okay. So it's a matter of how people practice. Would that be fair?
I think that's fair.
But in your opinion, there's no conclusion that could be drawn in this particular case.
No, there was no scientific evidence of a cause of death.
I want to talk to you about a little bit of a term in terms of your profession. The term is called confirmatory bias. Are you familiar with that term?
Vaguely familiar. The confirmation bias is what I think I know it as.
Okay, and explain to me what that means.
It's kind of a term that's been introduced over the last couple of years. Actually, it's probably been around longer than that, but in forensic pathology is the last few years. Anyways, it just talks about, if you have something in your mind or you're told a scenario in a case, if you're not going to just see that and make and lean your diagnoses towards that. For example, if there was a baby and somebody told you, someone saw the parents squeezing the baby, you might lean towards asphyxia because you're being biased by that history. So it's kind of a bias. It's not just looking at the scientific evidence in front of you, but you're being biased by other things.
So if someone were to say that they put the procedural history and some of the events that occurred around the time of Tammy Daybell's death, that would be an example of confirmatory bias. Would that be fair?
Possibly, depends what was told them, possibly,
Okay.
yes.
Well, you talked about the fact that someone saw the baby squeezed or shaken, and then the investigation is turned that way and leaned that way, correct?
Yes, that's what it's most commonly seen in, is like a shaken baby case.
So if someone has provided some information, regardless of whether it's relevant to the case, we should still be going back to the scientific evidence and base it on science and facts. Would that be fair?
Yes, as a physician, pathologist, our diagnosis should be based off science and what we can actually see, rather than speculating. Again, that's how I've always practiced and that's how I teach.
And would it be fair to say that most of you folks in the field of forensic pathology would approach it the way you're approaching it?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
I have nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
Ms. Blake, I presume, doing the cross. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Blake's like, hell yeah, I'm going up there.
you.
Heck yeah. Can't wait for it. So you're going against Dr. Christensen, who's done over 3,000. And you did not, in fact, do the autopsy, correct? Or the pathology, correct? Go, Lindsay, go.
Good morning, Dr. Raven.
Good morning.
You indicated that you are a forensic pathologist. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you work as a medical examiner?
I do not now.
So in your current capacity, you're not in a medical examiner, your office? In your current capacity, you're not working at a medical examiner's office?
No, I'm a forensic pathologist, an independent contractor at this point in my career.
Do you have investigators that work with you?
Yes, in the coroner's office, we'll still have investigators.
So you are in a coroner office system right now?
Yes.
In the current system you're in, who determines whether or not an autopsy should be conducted?
It really varies. Most of the time, it's the pathologist who determines that. It really depends. And a medical examiner, it's different because the pathologist is the medical examiner. The coroner system, it's a little different. It's the coroner who will bring the case in. Usually it's left up to the pathologist in my jurisdictions to determine the level of the examination.
And we've talked a little bit about your report. And do you still have that with you?
I do not.
May the witness be handed that last exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I believe you indicated that you reviewed the autopsy report and documents that were specific. See if I can find the phrasing here. That you reviewed the autopsy report and other pertinent information. Do you recall that?
Yes, I listed a few things, yes.
And in your report, there's a section, materials reviewed. Do you see that section?
Yes.
Is that an exhaustive list of the documents you reviewed in this case?
The initial, I believe I've had a few documents sent to me since this report. But I believe that would have been it, yes.
And do you mind reading those off for the record, what you reviewed?
Absolutely. I thought I wasn't supposed to, but I can.
Yes, it's an exhibit that's been admitted, so I think that's appropriate.
So I could just verbatim.
Yes, if you wouldn't mind doing that.
You have to excuse my voice, I'm sorry. The following materials were reviewed regarding the death of T. Daybell. Autopsy report authored by Dr. Lily Marston, co-signed by Dr. Eric Christensen. Autopsy photographs, toxicology reports from NMS and the Utah Department of Health. A brief investigative report from the Office of the Medical Examiner, State of Utah. A typed coroner report, not signed, dated, or on letterhead, unknown time, authored, or source. The Fremont County Coroner informal record of death report. A report by Deputy Greenhaw, excuse the name, Detective Fabinich and Lieutenant Powell. Scene photographs, unknown source. Report by B. Mattingly. Fremont County incident report from incident from 10/09/2019. Copy of the death certificate for T. Daybell, signed 10/19/2019 by Brenda Dye, and the transcript of Dr. Christensen's testimony, Brenda Dye interview, and Deputy Coroner M. Wilmore's interview.
And you said maybe since then you've reviewed a few more documents.
Yes, I believe so, but that was 3 years ago, so I believe a few things have come through. When I started first reviewing them, a few things have come through since.
And do you recall what those things are that have come through?
I believe it was just, I believe it was different reports of what the coroner reported on. I don't recall specifically, I'm sorry.
As part of your, and let me back up, and these were documents that were provided to you by defense counsel?
That's correct.
So when you say you reviewed the autopsy report and other pertinent information, it was the defense that provided you that other pertinent information, is that correct?
The defense provided me everything, yes.
Did you review a report from Lieutenant Powell regarding requesting Walmart records?
That does not sound familiar, but I don't remember.
Did you review a report of an interview with Emily Daybell?
I don't recall.
Did you review a report of an interview with Paul Daybell?
I don't recall.
Did you review a report of an interview with Jana Penrose, a relative of Tammy Daybell?
I don't believe so.
Did you review a report of an interview with David Warwick?
I don't believe so. The name's not familiar.
And you said you reviewed some of the coroner reports. Would that be Brenda Dye? Does that name sound familiar?
It does sound familiar. Like I said, one was not signed. I didn't know who wrote it, but that name does sound familiar.
Did you review an interview that was conducted with Brenda Dye, a report of that?
I believe so, yes.
Did you review a report of an interview conducted with the deputy coroner, Cammie Wilmore?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you review a report that contained some records from a Lolly Time iCloud account?
No,
Did you review a report from Benjamin Dean, an analyst with the FBI?
no,
Did you review the Seasons medical records?
no,
Did you review the Teton medical records?
no.
And I think you indicated you did review some reports of the October 9th incident,
Yes,
and that would have been regarding an attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell. Does that sound familiar?
yes.
Did you review a report of an interview with Matthew and Regan Price?
I don't believe so.
Did you review a report of an interview with Haley Palmer?
No,
Did you review any reports of interviews with Angela Yancey?
no,
Did you review a report of an interview with Ronald and Phyllis Douglas?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point to the relevance of how that would have an impact on the autopsy. She's going to go down a list of every report that any witness in this case discussed.
No speaking objections, please, but I'll sustain the objection at this point unless there's some specific relevance to the autopsy.
And if I may respond,
Go ahead.
I'm reading off a list that was reviewed by the Utah medical examiners in making their findings. I
Okay,
think it is relevant.
all right. If that's the foundation for that, I'll allow that to continue. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
Did you review a report of an interview with Ronald and Phyllis Douglas?
no,
Did you review a report of an interview with Lisa Jensen?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Janet Davis?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Melissa Coles?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Mary Fran Jepson?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Faye Harris?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with John Ox?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Margaret Brown?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Stephanie Peralta?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Angela Johansson?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Shanna Miller?
I don't recall.
Did you review a report of an interview with Barbara Blair?
I don't believe so.
Did you review a report of an interview with Hannah Munoz?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Britt and Crystal Briggs?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Micaiah Baglin?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Cara and Sandra Briggs?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Emma Moss?
No.
Did you review a statement given by Greg Stoddard?
I don't recall.
Did you review 4 to 5 reports regarding insurance surrounding Tammy Daybell life insurance?
No.
Did you review a report indicating Tammy never used any sick days?
No.
Did you review her Walmart prescription records?
No.
Did you review a report regarding Tammy's cell phone?
No.
Did you review a report? Actually, I'll back up there. So as part of your review of the findings in the autopsy, you did not review the list that was just read off.
No.
Were those documents provided to you?
No.
Some of those that were indicated was the medical records. Did you specifically review the season's medical records associated with Tammy Daybell
As answered before, I did not.
and the Teton medical records?
Judge Aston answered.
Abstain.
Council asked you about reviewing or looking at medical records referencing shaking fits and seizure activity. Did you ever look at any medical records referencing shaking fits?
I don't recall the first question, and I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. I'm sorry. Can you rephrase that?
Did you ever review any medical records associated with Tammy Daybell that referenced shaking fits?
No, I did not.
Did you ever review any medical records associated with Tammy Daybell that referenced seizure activity?
I did not.
Where did that information come from?
That information came from the coroner's report.
And the coroner's report was information obtained from Chad Daybell?
I believe that's where she got it from, but you'd have to ask her. I'm not sure where they got their medical information from.
And you talked about a possible cause of death being cardiac arrhythmia.
It's one possible cause when there's no anatomical findings, yes.
And you said generally with that, you would find a structural defect.
And commonly we do, yes.
In the review of the autopsy report, was there any structural defect with Tammy Daybell's heart?
Not that they found, no.
You were also asked about the bruising on Tammy Daybell, and I think you said you defined it as unspecified or unspecific bruising?
Non-specific. Dr. Christensen testified to that too. They're non-specific bruises.
And counsel proceeded to ask you about putting pressure on someone's chest. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you indicated you would expect it to be 2 people, at least if that was done?
No, it just takes significant weight to do that. I mean, it's hard to sit on somebody to cause death, and the scientific literature that's out there says probably 450 pounds or more. Actually, it was closer to 600, but they went down to 450.
But you would agree that it could be more than one person involved
Possibly.
if that were to happen?
If you have more than one person on you, yes.
And what are the other ways that asphyxiation can be caused or occur?
Well, again, asphyxia is just the process of the body not getting oxygen. So many things. We said drowning already. you're underwater, you're not getting oxygen, choking, you have airway obstruction, suffocation. You can be in a position like a car. People have asphyxia where they're underneath a car and the car collapses on them. Where the pressure on the chest. Asphyxia could be from chemical asphyxia, such things like cyanide can cause an asphyxial death because it blocks the oxygen getting to the tissues. So the list can go on and on.
And one way to cause asphyxiation could be to place a pillow over someone's head.
You could suffocate them by putting an object or something in front of their face, if that's what you mean.
Yes.
Yes.
One way to suffocate someone could be to put a plastic bag over their head. Would that cause asphyxiation?
Yes.
And as a forensic pathologist, would you agree that you approach an autopsy more like a doctor as you're looking for symptoms, causes?
Well, we are a doctor, so we do look for scientific evidence of a diagnosis. Again, we don't speculate on diagnoses. We say this is a gunshot wound because we have evidence of the gunshot wound. We have hemorrhage, we have a knife wound. So again, yes, we use scientific evidence to base our diagnoses off of, like any doctor does.
And the difference being in an autopsy, your patient can't provide that information, correct?
That's correct.
So you would have to get it from collateral sources?
Pertinent to the cause of death, yes.
If I may have just a moment.
You may.
If you guys are loving Lindsay right now, give a like for her. This is amazing. I love her. I love how detailed she is. And I love how she's like, oh, hell no, I'll be right back. Hold my beer. So basically, you read only what John wanted you to, correct? Shame on John.
I have no further questions.
All right.
Yeah, you got a mic drop, Lindsay. You got a mic
Brian?
drop. Okay, Pryor, let's see what you're going to do. Let's throw some spaghetti, everyone.
Dr. Raven, Ms. Blake went over a litany of other reports and statements from other witnesses, a variety of other documents. When a forensic pathologist is examining a variety of other documents that are not related to the medical reports and the scientific evidence, is that an example of confirmation bias?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Is that an example of confirmation bias when you take into account all of these other reports, documents, statements of people who are not present at the murder?
So, and it's a difficult question. We don't honestly look at all those reports on any case really I've ever heard of such an exhaustive list because we don't have those reports available to us. Maybe over a 2-year period we would have them. I don't know. But we don't. Again, we always base it off scientific evidence, what we have in front of us, the autopsy. Either we have a cause of death or we don't. We try not to speculate. We try not to guess on what a cause of death is. There's lots of implications to that for anybody. So generally speaking, it is bias. If that's what you're using to determine a cause of death for, that's bias. Either you have a cause of death or you don't. And then again, if we had a case like this where we don't have a cause of death, we do just call it undetermined. And we put that list, what we've talked about today, these are potential findings, but we don't commit to one of those.
Okay. And to commit to some other information like a plastic bag or sitting on someone's chest or putting a pillow over somebody's face, would you agree that that would be conjecture, speculation, and hunch?
Without any evidence
Yeah.
of that? Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And at the present time, would it be your testimony that the logical conclusion in your mind that should be drawn from this is that the cause of death of Tammy Daybell would be undetermined.
Yes, in my opinion, it should be undetermined.
Judge, I have no other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
And Judge, I would ask for a recross.
I don't think any door was open there, Ms. Blake, so I'll deny the request. All right, that'll conclude the testimony then of Dr. Raven. Is she going to remain under subpoena? Ms.
She is not, Judge. She's excused, and thank you, Dr. Raven.
You're welcome.
Does the state have any subpoena served on her?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes your testimony. Thank you for coming in.
You're welcome.
All right, I'll let the witness step out. I think this would be the logical time to take the mid-morning recess as well. So once the witness has cleared the courtroom, we'll go ahead and have our break. All right, we'll take a 20-minute recess. Thank you.
All right, please.
We are going to rewind because I just read what you guys have in there. We're going to rewind it. We'll replay. Oh, look at the murderous tie Chad's wearing today. You're going away for a long time, Chad. Very, very long time.
All right, folks, we'll return shortly. Please grab all of your belongings.
Oh, that's so good. Okay, hang on. I'm going to rewind, okay? Okay. Let's go back to John. Unfortunately, we got to watch him, but we're going to watch him.
We had a case like this where we don't have a
At least it's only a couple minutes.
Dr. Raven.
Hey, crew.
Ms. Blake went over a litany of other reports and statements from other witnesses, a variety of other documents. When a forensic pathologist is examining a variety of other documents that are not related to the medical reports and the scientific evidence, is that an example of confirmation bias?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Is that an example of confirmation bias when you take into account all of these other reports, documents, statements of people who are not present at the murder?
so
Who
Wait,
are not present,
we're
take
going.
into account all
We're going back. We got to watch
Speculation.
Chad.
example of confirmation bias?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Is that an example of confirmation bias when you take into account all of these other reports, documents, statements of people who are not present at the murder?
so and it's a difficult question. We don't honestly look at all those.
Okay, I'm fast forwarding so we can have a chit chat about this. Who weren't present at the murder. Your day just got worse, John Mado. So good. Who weren't present at the murder. That's his words. Who weren't present at the murder. I wonder if the jury caught that too. Ooh, that's good. Today's a good day. Oh, can we just take a moment and reflect on John Mado and Chad Tato and just really, really revel and marinate, as Melanie Pulowski says, we're going to marinate on the information at this point. I can't zoom in on Chad, but I I did do a screenshot earlier of his smirk. Hang on now. Let's see if it'll let me add it because I had it earlier. So we got to show that, the highlight of the day. Oh, maybe it's hard to see. It's going to be hard to see, but we'll show. You can see him. He's kind of smirking. You said it. You own it. I love you guys. You guys are hilarious. It's so nice to spend this time with you guys while we're watching. You guys want to hear it again? I'm going to do that. I am going to do that. It's so good. Oh, who weren't present at the murder. Tell me, John, do you think they're talking about it? Is prosecution talking about it? Did he just call it a murder? Yeah, confirmatory bias, according to John Tato. Wow. We're only in day 2 of his witnesses, and this is like, basically, we have Emma lying, Joseph lying. Garth is also have discrepancies. I think there's a few there, but for sure, Emma was the worst one out of all. Wouldn't you agree? But you know, John didn't ask about rigor mortis today. This is so good. I can't zoom in. Okay, we're going to play it back. We're playing it back. We got to. Let's do this again and take a moment and revel in the revelatory, the confirmatory bias. Let's revel in the confirm.
Maybe over a 2-year period,
Here we go.
Dr. Raven, Ms. Blake went over a litany of other reports and statements from other witnesses, a variety of other documents. When a forensic pathologist is examining a variety of other documents that are not related to the medical reports and the scientific evidence, is that an example of confirmation bias?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Is that an example of confirmation bias when you take into account all of these other reports, documents, statements of people who are not present at the murder?
so and it's a difficult question. We don't
Wait,
honestly look at all those reports on any case really I've ever heard of such an
Rocky-
exhaustive list because we don't have those
Rocky-
reports. Look at all those. So
The people who are not take into
Watch
account
Rocky
all of these other reports, documents, statements of people who are not present at the murder?
So, and it's a difficult question. We don't honestly look at all those reports on any case really.
this is so good. Let us marinate on that. We'll marinate on it. It's like a big tato marinade. Now, Lindsay went through all the extra things that John didn't provide, like the prescription records, which would be important. The prescription records, she said Emily Daybell, Paul Daybell, Jana something that had to do on Tammy's side, I believe. David Warwick, Lolly Timeout, iCloud account, medical records, the prices, which, hi, Matt, if you're in here. And that she had no sick days. So even if you retracted all those people, but still the medical records, the prescription records, and no sick days, she still didn't get it. And I don't think they talked about the phone, did they? Yep. Oh yeah, lunchtime. I'll go get the glasses. Either that or I need to grab a snack soon anyways before they come back. In 5 minutes, I gotta grab a snack. And I'll grab a snack for 5 minutes, come back, I'll get my sunglasses. What? Yeah, watched it. Yes, I love it. They're talking right now, 100%. Bring on your next expert. John had a Freudian. No, Pryor just confessed to his client's murder of his wife. Your laptop lets me zoom in. Oh, because you're making the screen like the browser bigger, you mean? But I can't convey that. I wonder if I can. No, I can't. Not with my program. Oh, this is so good. It was so good. I hope the jurors caught it. Somebody just told me to shut up. Looks like it. Well, we got it now. We replayed it. Yes, I'm definitely going to make it into that. In fact, I'm going to write myself a little note for this afternoon. Okay, I'm reading so many comments. I'm gonna go get a snack pretty quick. Will the court reporter please read back Mr. Pryor's statement, please, about the murder? Lindsay did a great job too. I'm just gonna send, I should send a message. Okay, I'll wait till we start. Actually, one sec, you guys. I just need to send a message and see. Sorry, one sec. Talk amongst yourself for one sec. That is only Tuesday. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go get some food and my sunglasses, and then I'll be right back. Okay, you know what? You know what this is, right? This is Lori saying to Chad once he gets convicted, "Hi, neighbor, not sorry." This is so good. Okay, let's just double check. We're on live. Yep. He said it so matter of fact. He did. He's just going by what his client told him. Okay, where are we? Because I left again, right? Yeah. You could, if you wanted to, you could just send me an email. They should be coming back any minute. Completely on my doormat, but that's okay. We have 2,516 other really great people. You love the typing sound? Do some ASMR at lunchtime. Thank you, Gina. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks for the super sticker. Oh, you have to do the sunglasses, right? Like just a little bit. Not sorry, neighbor, because when he's gonna join, well, he doesn't join her, but you know. You know, you just gotta make a little bit of, just gotta laugh a little bit because it's so dark, so tough to take on this stuff. Yesterday morning, I was swearing. You could see me on camera swearing at Emma. I'm a little behind on your comments, obviously. Snack today's actually honeydew melon is the snack. CB, I did not see your comment. If you could repeat that, I'll try and look for it. Instagram's the same thing. It's a crime. All of mine that it's not like I have anything on there though. I would love some help on my social media I'd be super grateful figuring that part out. I'm a one-woman team almost, with the exception of my editor. I could. They're supposed to be coming pretty quick. I would love it too. We'll see if we get to. Honey Bear says, isn't it confirmation bias when someone presents you only the information that helps their case? Yes, correct. So I love that he actually brought that up. So good. Yeah, the hate the cops comment from the son-in-law, absolutely. We could talk about Joseph Murray for sure. He was very much, that ruined him. That part is getting so mad.
Thank you. Please be
Okay, here
seated.
we go.
You can have the jurors brought in, please.
Thank you for being here, you guys. You guys make this so much better.
You may, Mr. Pryor. And who's the next witness you'll be calling, Mr. Pryor?
Regan Price.
Okay, thank you.
All right, please. Freeze off, raise your counter for your honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The defense continues its case in chief. Mr. Pryor, you may call your next witness.
Defense calls Regan Price.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Your chin picks up the best. Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, before we inquire, we did have a quick sidebar this morning on an inquiry on the exclusionary order. That does not relate to this witness, correct? The sidebar?
No.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, Mr. Pryor. So in this case, then, the witness is sworn, Ms. Price. I'll just have a few questions before we begin with your testimony. This trial has been publicly streamed online as well as reported in the news and open to the public here while it's taken place. Have you watched any of the testimony of any witness that's testified here in this trial?
No.
Okay. Have you talked to anyone else who has testified or talked to anyone about your testimony?
No.
Okay. Thank you for confirming that. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to start with your direct, you may.
And Judge, before we start, I have Defense Exhibit 76 that I'm going to move for admission. It represents approximately a 2-minute interview with Ms. Price. My understanding is that the state, Ms. Beatty, is going to stipulate to its admission.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Very well. Defense Exhibit 76 then will be admitted.
Judge, if I may have 76 returned to me after it's marked and entered.
Okay, we'll have the clerks mark the exhibit and have that returned.
And while we're waiting, Judge, if I can start if you'd like, if I may.
Okay, if you want to go ahead and start with your direct, you may, and we'll just have the bailiff, now that he's got that, provide that to you, and then we can go.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Price.
Good morning.
And would you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yep, it's Regan Price and it's ReegenPrice.
And Ms. Price, at some point in 2018, 2019, you were a neighbor of Mr. Daybell and Tammy Daybell, is that correct?
That's correct.
And in relation,
I'm sorry, could I get you to kind of talk right close to that microphone? It only picks it up if you're right next to it. Thank you.
Mhm.
and you noted that that was correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell me, did you live south of them off of 200? Is that fair?
Yes,
And across the street on the Salem Highway would have been Joe and Emma Murray.
yes,
So then Joe and Emma would have been kitty corner to Chad. Is that correct?
yes.
I'd like to draw your attention to September 9th of 2019. It's noted that you, at some point during that time, there were some reports that you heard some sort of a gunshot on that day. Do you recall that?
I do remember hearing gunshots on a certain day. I'm not for certain which date that is.
Okay. Did
Uh,
go ahead.
No, I'm,
Okay. And when you say gunshots, was it gunshots or gunshot?
to my knowledge, I remember there was maybe one, but
Okay. Okay. And to your recollection, you believe that it may or may not have been on September 9th?
I don't have a date.
Did you have an occasion to contact law enforcement and talk to them about that?
On a day that we did contact law enforcement, there was a couple things that we had discussed that was unusual, but it wasn't on that specific day with the shooting.
Okay. And at some point, you've discussed this case with law enforcement on a couple of occasions. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. One of those would have been on or around June 9th of 2020.
I don't know the date, but
Okay.
It-
And then again, you had one potentially on May 5th of 20. Do you recall that as well? A longer discussion?
mhm, yes.
Okay. And Judge, I'd like to publish Defense Exhibit 76, if I could.
You may.
I might need some assistance. Trying to, And then the volume, if you could. We're gonna get everybody to help.
Don't forget your murder notes, John.
And gotten across, you know, because we weren't around them a lot, but the few times we were, it's easy to remember because we weren't around them a lot.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Okay. Well, thank you. Thanks for talking with me. I appreciate it. I'll let back to your kids, and I'm sure we're all you're all over the news right now, Fox
You know
News.
what, I
CNN,
was
and-
actually kind of glad that it wasn't all day. I'm like, are we gonna hear that like all day? Cause it was like nice. This is the most peaceful this road has
Right.
been in
Oh.
so long.
Don't have to worry about kids. They're
Yeah.
no one here, so.
Probably like this, not cartoons.
We seriously do, because we were gonna build our house this year, but I told you like we wanted to get the rest of our debt paid off before we built that. We're just gonna build back.
Judge, could we have just a moment?
Yes.
Let's get out of that first.
And to just clarify, was that part of Exhibit 76 that was being published there?
I believe so, Judge, yes.
Thank you.
Am I ready? Let's try again, Judge. You may want to stick around.
Found something.
Yeah. It's good. Everything's good right now. Everything's a good
I
thing.
didn't know
It's all
everything
good,
will
yeah.
come out eventually,
Yeah.
you know, just makes the
Yeah.
curiosity, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So what do I do? Well, it was just playing, right?
Yeah, but are you able to tell the timestamps?
I can't really tell the timestamps, but I want to play the entire 2 minutes. So it doesn't matter. I think we're ready, Judge.
All right, give me just a moment here. Let me consult with.
And you're-
staff.
Okay, he's gonna have to figure it out. While you're here, please click the like button. That helps all kinds of things for the stream and helps me continue on and do these videos and live streams.
Want to have another person maybe take a look at that, Mr. Pryor, to see if any
we're gonna
additional
answer
assistance
probably.
on that device.
Thank you, you guys. I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting me and the channel. Let's hope John can figure it out. It's only been, I don't know, 7 weeks to figure out, but you know. Let's give.
You heard a gunshot then? Yeah, and it was like, and they said it was a raccoon. And it was about that same time, we had set the timeline to Ron, because we checked our phone and it was like what is the Rob Wood? Is that the prosecuting?
Uh-huh.
Okay. We had talked to them and we had looked it up on our phone records to try to put it together, you
Yeah.
know? But like our neighbors up here, like they will go shoot birds and stuff in the mornings. And so we'll hear that sometimes, but it was closed. And like our bedroom window's right here. And we sleep with the window open most of the time because
Did you see anybody out there?
no, but we just heard it. So that's what we were thinking. We're like, it wasn't afternoon because he would have been at work. That it would have been morning. so-
Morning. Huh.
Anyways, we'll just keep
Yeah.
thinking.
Yeah, no, and even details that you're like, that's probably nothing. We take them, right?
Well,
I mean, at
that's
this
what we
point, well,
decided after we told him, because we're like, we sat on it for a while and then we're like, well, maybe it will help, so.
yeah, yeah,
Just our timeline experience with them. You
Yeah.
know, because we weren't around them a lot, but the few times we were, it's easy to remember because we weren't around them a lot.
yeah, absolutely. Okay. Well, thank you. Thanks for talking with me. I appreciate it. I'll let get back to your kids, and I'm sure we're all being. You're all over the news right now, Fox
You know
News,
what, I
CNN,
was
and-
actually kind of glad that, it wasn't all day. I'm like, are we gonna hear that like all day? Cause it was like nice. This is the most peaceful this road has
Right.
been in
Oh.
so long.
Don't have to worry about kids. They're
Yeah.
no one here, so.
Probably like this, not cards.
We seriously do, because we were gonna build our house this year, but I told you like we wanted to get the rest of our debt paid off before we built that. We're just gonna build that here. And we went out there to scope out where we were gonna put it, and I'm like, do you hear that? It's-
Judge, I can stop at this point.
Like just that much further away from it and you don't hear it. Cool. Good.
At least I think I can.
All right.
So, Ms. Price, you've heard the audio tape. And I believe that goes back to June 9th of 2020. Do you recall that now?
If that's the date, but yes, I remember that conversation that I had.
Okay. And then you made some comment that you heard a shot and there was some discussion about raccoons. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then there was a further discussion about you, and it's unclear who you provided a timeline to, but you provided a timeline to somebody. Do you recall?
So my husband and I both discussed just some strange events that happened with the Daybells over the last year.
Okay.
And it was my husband and I creating a timeline together because like I've stated, I don't have any dates,
Okay.
but there was enough going on that we were trying to figure out where everything was so that by the time we did talk to a detective or a police officer, it was informational and resourceful and beneficial to
And
them.
do you recall in a later interview where there was a discussion about you and your husband, and your husband made some mention about that he'd be a really good detective? Do you remember that discussion?
I remember that in the audio, but
Okay.
that was my husband, not me.
Okay. And do you remember the discussion that you would work through Joe Murray to try to get some information about locating the kids?
I do. I remember that.
And that you'd be willing to wear a wire?
I do. I remember that. There was children missing and I was willing to do whatever it took to find these children.
Right. And then in addition, there was some talk about the fact that your husband in the past had plowed up, done some cultivation for Joe's garden or something like that.
Yeah, that's correct. He did it for a lot of the neighbors around the
Right.
neighborhood.
And Officer K had offered to,
Objection, hearsay.
was there a discussion about using?
Hold on, there's a pending objection. It's sustained.
Was there a discussion about using police funds to help pay $50?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you engage in any discussion regarding accepting payment from the police to doing certain?
Objection, hearsay, misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
Did you do any kind of a discussion with the police for some sort of payment to work with the police and regarding the Daybell case?
I think in reference to that conversation that you're talking about, Officer K just comically said that, and it was more of a personal, it wasn't as an officer using officer funds.
And you took that as a joke, is that right?
I did.
All right, nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Beatty, cross-examination once you're ready.
Good morning, Ms. Price. Do you prefer that I call you Ms. Price or that I call you Regan?
Whatever you prefer.
Okay. I'll go with Ms. Price. So you testified that at some point you heard a gunshot, correct?
I did. Yes.
And that was in the early morning? Was that your testimony?
I believe it was.
Do you remember what day that took place? I believe it was your testimony that you didn't remember the specific day.
Yes, I don't remember the date.
Do you remember the time frame?
I don't. Just looking back at the audio, being refreshed with that, but as far as it's been 4 years, to my knowledge, it was just based off of that. It was morning, afternoon time, but not a specific time.
Could it have been at some point before September 9th?
Definitely.
Could it have been at some point after September 9th?
I don't recall it was after September 9th.
Okay. And out in the country, is it uncommon for people to have guns?
No, it's very common for people to have guns.
Okay. Now, you briefly testified about your discussion with Officer K. Would that be Detective Kaya Kamanu?
It is, yes.
Okay. And you joked around with him?
Very briefly.
Did you ever accept payment from law enforcement?
Never.
Okay. And if I may have just one moment.
You may.
And I have no further questions for this witness.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Beatty.
This is interesting. So John just brought up,
Oh, hold on. We've got
Sorry.
direct possibly.
Sorry.
You may.
because Regan also saw the bonfires that day, or the,
Ms. Price, you don't have a direct recollection of when you heard that gunshot, correct?
I don't.
But did you recall hearing on the audio tape that there was a combination of a gunshot, a raccoon, and the name Chad Daybell? How often does those three happen on a particular day?
Objection misstates the testimony, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right. That will conclude the testimony of this witness. I don't know if she's appearing under subpoena. If so, I'd like to inquire whether or not she can be released from the subpoena.
And Your Honor, I believe the state did have her under subpoena. We would release her from our subpoena at this point.
And Judge, the defense has her under subpoena, and we're releasing her as well.
Okay, that concludes your testimony. Then you can go ahead and leave.
thank you, Regan.
And Judge, could we have a quick sidebar?
Yes.
So it's interesting. So he wanted to verify about the gunshot, but there was the bonfires that Matt and Regan observed. And I feel like it was also Matt talked to him around Thanksgiving and he was acting odd if I'm not getting that mixed up. I can't believe John would be resting soon. He's going to have to figure something out. The last 2 days has been really interesting. Nothing but a nothing burger, Pryor. I wonder if he plays that back to himself. Let's go on It's a Crime and let's see what's talked about today and see how I can amend things. Or other places. That was priceless. The giggle during the objection from Beatty. Yeah. From Ingrid. Joan, it's not working. Are you getting an error? Well, it'd be as coached as Emma's if
All right, counsel, I've had a sidebar in terms of scheduling. The defense has two more witnesses
two
that
more.
are scheduled to appear today. One hasn't quite arrived because I guess we went a little quicker through the morning than anticipated. The other will be here shortly after the lunch break. So at this time, there are some matters the court can take up to use this time on a few motions and things that would be outside the presence of the jurors as well. We're going to go ahead and take another recess at this point, and then once the witness shows up for before lunch, we'll call that witness. We'll take up a few other hearings, and then we'll call the next witness directly after lunch. So we'll take another break at this time.
All right, please.
Okay. So this is interesting because how many have we gone through now? With John, we have Emma, Garth, Joseph,
Thank you. Please be seated.
the lawyer, Regan, the doctor, and he said two more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have
All right, counsel, there's a few things that we can do outside the presence of the jurors, but the matter of exhibits is something I think we're going to need more time from the court side to prepare. And at some point before these jurors receive exhibits for deliberations, the court intends to have a conference regarding exhibits to make sure they've all been properly identified and marked before they are submitted for those deliberations. But that is going to take some time with the clerks as well as the court to work through the list and address the ones we have questions on. So I'm not sure we will be doing that today. There was another matter that Mr. Wixom brought up, I think, that we could potentially just clarify on the record before we take a recess here. Mr. Wixom,
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, may I remain seated?
you may.
Thank you. Judge, I just wanted to call to the court's and the defense's attention under my duty of candor to the court, some information that came in through a witness a few weeks ago that we subsequently found at least is inaccurate. We don't have any reason to believe it was intentional at all. But the court and counsel might recall that we called Heather Daybell as a witness, and in doing so asked a few questions specific to whether or not she had provided any information to Officer David Hope. David Hope was her daughter's father-in-law, and she had answered no. In fairness, and looking back at the record, I think in fairness, she probably perceived that question as having done so on a personal basis. After her testimony a day or two later in preparation for a different witness, I had reviewed another police report. In this case, there are many, but had for the first time found her name referenced in an entirely different report with David Hope. It did not appear that she gave any information in that, but she was in an interview with that officer. We immediately, once we realized this, disclosed that to the defense so they could be aware of it. If there's they felt any need to call that to the jury's attention and the court's attention. I at least up until this point, I don't believe they've felt that need. I think it's probably fairly inconsequential, other than after the testimony, we became aware that it was inaccurate testimony. Again, not disparaging Ms. Daybell. I don't think she at all intended to give incorrect testimony. I think it's been 5 years since this case began, and I think it was probably just an oversight on her part, if not confusion from the line of questioning. So again, out of candor, we just wanted to note that for the record, make sure the court knew about it and make sure that the defense knew. And I think they've known for a few weeks now. So just wanted to call that to the court's attention.
All right, so the state's made a proffer regarding a perceived inaccuracy or actual inaccuracy in testimony. Mr. Pryor, does the defense wish to respond in any way on that?
Just very briefly, Judge, Mr. Wixom actually, right after Ms. Daybell's testimony, provided me another one of his very late communications to me that day. And this is a non-issue. There is no issue here whatsoever. There is nothing that I would even suggest is some inaccurate disclosure. I absolutely agree with Mr. Wixom's assessment that this was not something that is inconsistent with what Heather Daybell said to this tribunal or even to the jury. So in my opinion, there's absolutely no issue here.
Okay, well, what the court could potentially do to cure that would be to require Ms. Daybell, if she were subpoenaed either by the parties or under the court's own initiative, to return for further testimony. And based on your comments, Mr. Pryor, I would understand you would waive or forego the right for additional testimony based on that disclosure. Is that correct?
Judge, there is absolutely no reason to bring Ms. Daybell back for any further indication on this thing. Again, I want to make it very clear for the record that this is inconsequential and there is absolutely no issue here whatsoever.
Okay,
And I appreciate Mr. Wixom being so forthright and candor, even if it was in the middle of the night when he let me know.
all right. So we'll go ahead and consider the matter resolved on the record then and notified duly to the defense on that issue. At this time then, if counsel wants to remain available, there may be another matter I think we might be able to take up in regards to jury sequestration on issues I may want to discuss with you today to use some of this time. If we have a lapse in time also, that would likely be done outside of the public presence as it would discuss matters related to the jurors. So we'll go ahead and remain on this break. Once your witnesses arrive, Mr. Pryor, let us know, and then we'll figure out how to best use our time today before your next witness arrives after lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in recess. All right.
Okay, we are on recess. So we had a big morning with John's murder comment. We've gone through 6 witnesses, if I am correctly counting them. Emma, Garth, Joseph, Garth's lawyer, Regan, and the forensic pathologist. That's 6. And we have 2 more to go. So, well, no, 2 more to go today is what he said. But there's chatter that there's only a few more to go. So is it ending today? Is it ending tomorrow? We don't know. But it's not very strong for John. Thank you, Joan. Thank you so much. What a morning is right. Time for Chad's scam sandwich. So I'm wondering, yeah, someone's asking, where was that? Is Seth next? I'm told that 4, I think 4 out of the 5 children is what I heard, will be on the stand. So maybe it's the other 2 children this afternoon? Deviled scam sandwich. Recess until when? Good point. What was it? I think he said we were going to be on lunch now? Or what did he say? Anybody? Anybody? We might have to rewind. Let me just see.
Arrive, Mr. Pryor, let us know, and then we'll figure out how to best use our time today before your next witness arrives after lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in recess. All right.
Oh, we're just in recess.
Reason to bring Ms. Daybell back for any, this is inconsequential being.
All right, so we'll go ahead and consider the matter resolved on the record then and notified duly to the defense on that issue. At this time then, if counsel wants to remain available, there may be another matter I think we might be able to take up in regards to jury sequestration on issues I may want to discuss with you today to use some of this time. If we have a lapse in time also, that would likely be done outside of the public presence as it would discuss matters related to the jurors. So we'll go ahead and remain on this break. Once your witnesses arrive, Mr. Pryor, let us know, and then we'll figure out how to best use our time today before your next witness arrives after lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, we're in recess. Whatever that means. And I'm honestly wondering if Emma was more involved. She admitted to searching wind patterns the day before a body was burned on the property. Well, I feel like she's taking up for her dad. I don't know about being involved, but obviously I want to know more. I think there was some serious coaching going on. I don't even know how that can be okay, but Joe Murray testified yesterday he was chopping wood the night Tammy was shot at. I think we have found the source of all the wood needed for the bonfires to burn Tylee's body. Yes, thank you for your comment. Somebody was talking about that earlier as well. Missy says, one expert Chad is having is an ex-member of the Church to Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints who is going to testify how Chad is and all that his ideas came from that. Interesting. This will be interesting. Hidden true crime psychologist said he took it as Emma being involved. Interesting. Well, she knows something because we also saw in the car confession that she didn't ask too much about the kids being on the yard. I didn't see much reaction from you today, Linda. In which one? I was really angry yesterday with Emma. Today, yeah, I had reactions today. Yeah, it was not good. Please hit the like button. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. That would be appreciated. Or subscribe if you're not subscribed. And then I do like 250 videos on this case alone and more. Crystal says he didn't say he was involved. I should watch Dr. John. It will connect with your theories. I've been once on Lawrence. I haven't been able to talk to Dr. John yet. And I haven't been able to watch. But that's interesting if it does connect with the theories. I would need somebody to make like a little bullet point of what he said, right? And then I can maybe go and look at that. But it's hard for me to go. It's hard for me to go check out everybody's request to go watch videos. Otherwise, I would get 0 done. So maybe I'll get them on. And more videos coming, absolutely. I do my best. That's awesome, T. Thank you. Oh, yes, I very much would agree that he is. I saw him in, what one was it? Was it 48 Hours or was it the other one, Dateline? When I saw, this would have been a long time ago. And I think it would be fascinating to hear from Dr. John. I'll have to do a video on Emma and then we'll really break it down. I severely need one. I agree. I need an assistant who knows how to research, is interested in the true crime, obviously, who has integrity, is willing to help, and who's understanding of the video process. That's what I'm looking for in assistant, in an assistant. Especially a content creator going to another content creator. I don't mind being with other content creators. I just mind the ones who are not for others. That's so sweet. Thank you. That's so nice. Why was Emma talking to Lori? She is the mistress. So disrespectful to Tammy. If you saw my 48-hour breakdown, I talked about Emma saying, you know, just because my dad did a social faux pas doesn't mean he killed anyone. So she had no problem talking to Lori. Dateline, that was it. That was so long ago. I don't know, maybe a couple years ago. No way. That does line up with what I said, didn't it? It does line up. We're going to have to get together. Online is I just need an assistant who could help me. Online is fine. But somebody who knows how to do it. And who's fast. Because you know how it goes, is everything has to be fast. Thank you. Just send me if you guys are willing to or interested, just send a little message to me on itsacrimeandashame@gmail.com with the headline as, you know, potential assistant or assistant, and then we'll go from there, because I would love some help. If I get the help, I can churn out more videos. And sometimes it's just little things like I need help gathering the timeline together, or hey, I heard something on this, could you check on that? Or here's how I need, you know, all the news articles, and I need them to be put together, and then you know, I can frame it out. So then as I'm doing that and we keep thinking of things, we work together. That's much appreciated. If I could find somebody, that would be wonderful. And somebody who's quick on the ball, like knows about the case and is interested. And it's like, ooh, I came across, you know, this today in the news, or something like that. And here's a new court document that came out, like that kind of thing. I know, I recognize you. I love that. Thank you for being here. 4.5 years. I remember when, yes, Lauren said you were on it and helped them so much. I was on their channel the night before they got hacked, and I went in the morning. I can't remember if I was just reviewing it or whatever. And I called up Lauren and went, oh my God, like, answer your phone, answer your phone, answer your phone. And it was some weird Bitcoin thing that was showing up on her channel. And I called her and then spent the day trying to figure that out, helping. See, this is the kind of info snacks I need. Saw yesterday multiple mention in a Reddit thread that Garth married his former student. He taught her in the middle school and apparently waited until she was 18 to marry. Wow. Okay, thank you, Diet Coke. Hi. Virtual assistant, yes. Timestamps would be great. That's fantastic. Even any little help can help. We're not sure if we're on lunch. We're at a recess right now, so we'll see what happens. They're waiting on, what do you call it? They're waiting on witnesses to show up. You bring the humor, the fun. What's my next case to cover? Well, I still have Corey Richins, Lori's trial in August, on August 1st. Then I want to take on some new cases. And then I'm going to do a couple projects of longer videos. What else? And so I have a few things in the pipeline that I'd like to get done. It's just a matter of time. So that's it. Just a little a matter of time. Someone's mentioning it's back on. Hang on. Is it? Why does it do this? Hang on. Nope, it's not on, but I'm on live. It's being finicky. Nope, nothing's on. But the judge said witness after lunch. Yes, but I think they said, didn't they say they're going to come back? There's courts in recess, or do they say they're going to come back after lunch at like 1 o'clock? I didn't hear that. Maybe I need some sleep. I studied clinical psychology and I have 2 YouTube channels. I'm passionate about diving into psychology analysis and eager to help you with it. Awesome. Send me an email at it'sacrimeandashame@gmail.com. Yes, I do Brian Koberger. Check out that. I have a couple even theory videos on that, and I have other videos on Brian Koberger. Sebastian Rogers. Yeah, I've done Corey Richins. Yeah, that's crazy. Hey, the 20,000 square feet house. That's huge. That she had a party like Lori. It's like Lori and Letitia had a sister. Wasn't that good? So right now, they're supposed to go to preliminary hearing, but there's a whole lot of drama happening right now, so I have to be on that. So with this assistant, why I was saying virtual assistant, as I'm working on one video, somebody else could be working on other information and helping me out, and then it can, be a little faster because it's just me. I am Italian, yes. My mom is. My dad is half Italian. He's Maltese, and he's half Italian. Did Lori's get pushed out? Oh, we'll see. We'll see. Do you think it's going to be a long time to decide? I feel like no. Yes, and there's no court on Monday. They are on? What is going on? Nope. I don't see anything that they're on. But you guys just have to send me, your information. We can have a little chit chat and see how that would work. Oh yeah, so the Idaho 4, let me get you guys that because there's a lot of people who are new here that may not know that I've done some videos on the Brian Koberger case. And so we got to get you that, right? How many have I done? 18 videos. Wow. 18 videos I've done so far on that. Idaho 4, Brian Koberger. And some theory videos you might be interested in. I did cover the Elijah Vu case, and so there hasn't been a whole lot of movement that I know on it, but I've been knee deep in this 8 hours a day too, so. Do you think it's going to take a long time or not a long time? So for Corey Richins, they had some drama going on. There was some new evidence that came up. Then the defense wanted to disqualify the prosecution, and then the defense withdrew. So, yeah, that the lawyers could withdraw. So, Nate said that he thinks Lori's will be pushed to 2025. Okay, well, on the plus side, August is okay to have off. Delphi, I do cover Delphi as well. I know that got pushed off, so when that does happen, they're not going to show that on TV though. Or on Delphi, I have 13 on that. Here's Delphi for you guys. Brenda says, if they rest today, maybe we will get a verdict by Friday. Do you think it'll be that quick? I hope so. I hope it's really quick. Robin says, Corey's mom is a little nutty. She worked with my husband at Walmart in Park City. No way. I want to know more about that. This is going to be competitive, Linda. We'd all love to work with you. That's so sweet. Well, but at least it's a start, because if I can have someone to help me and I get that flowing, then I can bring somebody on or more people on to help, because it's just me. And I do have my editor who's very lovely. She does take jobs with the movie industry. So then it slows me down again, because now I'm back to square one. So I just really need somebody who is, has a similar work ethic to me and can get stuff done super duper quick, and then can, be honest and integrity and know what's going on in the cases. That helps a lot. And then we just be an incredible team, and we do these videos that are amazing. And I could do my little Linda spin and have some time to think while we collect this other stuff. That's my dream, because I'm just me. Do I have any updates on Justin Evans? I don't, but I think it's time I do a bigger video on it. Yeah, no cameras for Delphi. I say deliberations will take 6 hours or maybe 666 minutes. Yeah, there's some creators that I do not promote in this chat for a reason. I'm just gonna leave it at that. So some things I don't care if certain people covered it. I'm not talking about hidden true crime. I'm okay with her. Not upset on that. That's fun. Wasn't that quite the comment? It didn't look good for Joe that moment, and he had quite disdain. Do I have knowledge on the Black Swan, the one that shot her husband through a setup? No. Us too, Verucas. Nice to see you. I love seeing you for so long. Yes, Evelyn Boswell, 2025. I'm thankful for you too. Thank you. Love that you guys are here. I do take case suggestions. I do. Do I need someone for editing? I have a current editor, but like I said, sometimes she gets busy on sets, and that does bring me back. So state still gets to do rebuttal witnesses after. Thank you, True Crime and Trash TV. We'll see what happens. The state's holding off for a few. I can't remember. You know what I wish I did? I wish I did a list of everybody that was let go and not let go. Actually, I think I wrote that in my notes, but I've gone through like 3 notebooks. Yeah, that is cool, isn't it? Yeah, I'm looking forward to talking to Nate. I hope he will do it. I really do. We've loved Nate since the very, very beginning. I still remember. We shouldn't speculate and always add, in my opinion, of thinking along. Oh, yes, I do that quite a bit. Linda, thank you for all you do. You're amazing inside out. Thank you. And this chat is awesome. The chat is awesome. Everybody's having a good time in some not so good information, you know? Oh, really? That's interesting. I didn't know that. I love this channel for the trial. I'm alone in the state unpacking, but I don't feel alone with this chat going on. That's awesome, Jill. Happy unpacking or not happy unpacking, but I know it's not always fun, but that's cool. Thank you for being here. Oh, yes, the Secret Santa gets me too. I love Nate. He's great. Chat is awesome, not Chad. Chat. Please do. That'd be great. I'm hoping in July I'll take a few days off, which I haven't really had. I guess my last vacation was Christmas almost 2 years ago. Would have been my last time. The chat's great. He's making sure to call it a case, not murder. I like that other creators can bring a different perspective to the cases. You know, everyone has their thing, right? I used to do quite a few guests and then going on and them coming on. I had stopped for a little bit because there's some weirdness going on with not the creators necessarily, but somebody behind the scenes that was causing some issues. So I got a little bit what I don't know what the word is, irked, and I just stopped doing guest shows. But I don't think that's the case now. I don't feel that way. So I would like to do that. Linda, love your coverage. Please let me make a tiny. It would be great if you read the comments you're responding to out loud so that those of us who only listen can hear what you're responding to. Yes, I do mostly. Sometimes I read it through because I'm just going through what to pick. And it goes quite fast. I know. I don't know what a vacation is either. Linda basically welcomed profiling evil to the community, and for sure she made some folks jealous. Yeah. Well, I'm very happy when I do collaborations. I really like it. You guys know that I love community. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've been invited, and it's been a while since I've had anybody on, which is understandable. I haven't done it in quite some time, but that's going to change. So I don't feel the same as I did a couple years ago. I feel differently. So that's part of the battle, right? Nate, on lunch till 12:30. Okay. Yeah, you know me, I really don't like to bring any drama on here. There's lots going behind the scenes, I will say that, but not always. But I just want it to be a place where everybody can go and everybody's happy, even though the content isn't happy, but everybody's happy and we're all could go somewhere. It's 11:29 right now. So if they're coming back at 12:30, so lunch until 12:30 p.m. Okay, let's put that across. I feel like that's too big to put across there. So we'll just hang on. Edit, scroll it. There we go. I do try. Hello, Mel. Nice to see you again. Lots of love from Alberta. Wish I was in British Columbia. Next Zoom is this week. When I have to figure this out, okay, this is my life, okay? I have to I have to figure out trial. I have to match that with my schedule with my son's father. Then I have to see what's left. Then I got to do whatever appointments I got to get done. And then also, chores and whatever and grocery stores and, that kind of thing. Then I figure it out. But not that you guys are last, because that's not it. It's just I got to make sure, do I have my son? Don't I have my son? Where's he going? Where am I going? When's trial? When do I got to do a video to put out? So it's a little bit crazy. I appreciate you too. Yes, that's what we want. We want everybody to be nice. No, we had smoke one day. It was pretty bad. But no, nothing yet. Thank you. Thankfully. Hopefully. It seems like the first time I saw you were a guest of Mike King and Chris M before Chris started his own. Yes, yep. I was on Profiling Evil. Ooh, that would have been a couple years ago. When they first came on, they invited me on, and then Chris and Mike went on their separate channels, and then I was also on Profiling Evil and also on Chris McDonough's as well. It's been a long time. I haven't talked to those guys in a long time too. I do need a portal potty. Yeah, last week there was a mirror on. While I was on with you guys, it fell. My son, of course, comes first. But what I have is a schedule that splits the time. So I got it. And it's not the same every week because my ex-hubby he's a first responder. So it's not a 7-day rotation like it is school. It's not like a week on, week off. It's a weird schedule. So I have to color code all my schedule to make sure what's the day I'm picking him up, when I'm not picking him up from school or whatever. School's going to be done at the end of June. But yeah, it's these little things that are like, what am I doing when? So it's not a normal routine, which drives me bananas, but you know what it is. Thank you, Laura G. That's so awesome of you. Thank you. And Jen, you guys are so sweet. Thank you so much for helping everybody. Yeah, color coding's the way I have to get different colors, color code it, put it in the schedule. Then I have to figure out this, that, and the other thing. I don't know. It's crazy. Oh, tomorrow the kids get off? Oh no, it's end of June here. Like the bitter end of June they finish. I know, I need an assistant. So you guys, it's crazy. And then I also have to do videos, and my videos are hours and hours and hours long. So you could see why I'm a little bit woo. It'll get better. Although my ex does have quite a bit of time in summer, and he's willing to take him to help. So it's good. And then plus I have to keep my house up. So yeah, it's pretty crazy, but it's okay. We'll figure it out. Once my channel gets a little boost, hint hint, like the button. Once it gets a little boost, it'll help, and then I can start bringing people on. I've tried before, it hasn't worked out, but you know, it's one of those processes that you got to just keep trying, I guess. I know I do actually need another assistant or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. Isn't that true, Jill? My oldest son is 21. Yeah, you understand first responder as well. So do they do the same thing? You guys get like the 4 on, 4 off type of a rotation? Because the 8-day rotation is just brutal. Well, maybe if you guys, it's probably since you guys are the same kind of scheduling, maybe it's not so bad. But for me, it was just like, oh, I can't. That was a fun time too with Annie and Nor. That was great. Nor unfortunately had problems with her Wi-Fi, so it was hard to hear her because she had this delay, but yes, that's what I feel like. Twin girls. I'm a twin. I don't know if you know that or not, but I'm also. My hubby is a sergeant for a county sheriff department. I didn't know that, Shelby. Did I know that? Yes, my kids are 21 and 9. So, and no more children. I'm finished that adventure. I couldn't even imagine starting over. No more Mr. Linda. No, we've been split next month. Will be 2 years, which is crazy, but yeah, 2 years. I know you put the links in chat, but do they show up somewhere if you watch a replay? You know what? It will be in chat. It will show up again, but I think what I should do, maybe what I'll do is, since I want to concentrate on your guys' comments, as we go through, I might just put it underneath the links. Is there a specific one you need? Because I could just put it in the description box once I remember which ones to do. The Zoom link gets posted in the membership. So I'll have a little screenshot of it. I am ready for my next adventure. But let me tell you, ladies, it's a jungle out there. It is a jungle. Depending on when you last heard, we're waiting for Barry to get arrested is what the what we're at. He did say murder. Okay, yeah, no, we'll put that on there. I do a Zoom hangout with some of my members on the membership. That's not happened anymore. You can get in serious trouble for that now. So, which is it's too bad that you got that because I don't get it, which is great. No, thank you. Oh no, I'm done. I cannot physically have babies, so we're good. Angela, no, you're not. He is having a deviled scam sandwich. My anniversary on It's a Crime is November. And so this year will be 5 years. Oh my God. You guys been with, a lot of you guys have been with me for 5. That's a lot. November was my first video in 2019. I know. And 550 videos, I think. And it's funny because sometimes I still get nervous about doing a video. Not always, but sometimes. Especially when I'm putting a theory video out, I can get a little bit of flack on it. Wow. Watching since the beginning, you had 2 videos on your channel. Isn't that crazy? Carol, nice to see you. Yeah, thank you. November 19th, I think I posted my first. First case was let me think of the name. I can't believe I just forgot it. I never forget it. It's the case where she was pregnant and her best friend, Megan Fieramusca, pretended to be pregnant. Why can't I think of her? Heidi Broussard, thank you. I never forget it. Yeah, thank you. There is a short time. The last 2 years have been a little bit tough on me after I split, and I had some weird things happening. So the videos slowed down in how many I did, but I always put in a full day. So it was so weird. But here we are. That's amazing. 3 weeks after I first aired. I love you guys. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you. I'm from the original yellow background days. Did I see the movie about Heidi? No, I don't think I did. Wow. Muffler Man. We can't forget Muffler Man. Some of my videos do have him on there. Oh yeah, it was so in June 2 years ago I split from my ex. I had to put my house for sale. I had to find a house. Then I thought my dad was going to die. He thankfully didn't. Then I moved into my house, and then that was kind of settled a little bit, but adjusting. And then I had all that weird stuff with the who I thought was not a stalker, but like a weirdo. And I had to call 911 and all that. It's just been a couple of years that's been just really weird. But I feel a lot better now. I do meditation, which I highly recommend. Doing a meditation, highly recommend it. And yeah, it's okay. It's getting better. Before I jazzed it up, I think I should do a new background. Don't you guys? What do you think? Do you think I should? November 12th. Okay, that was the first day. Oh my gosh, that's the very first day that I uploaded a video. I love that. I love that you love it. Thank you. Yeah, it's been an adjustment. And, like the difference is, also that it's on me. I'm being a single mom, everything was on me, right? And my older son lived here at the time as well. And then he moved out last summer, which was really sad because I miss him. I love him and I miss him. Thank you, Tina. Thanks for the super sticker. I appreciate it. The case I started with was Heidi Broussard and went through that. Yeah, there's some weird stuff happening for me. Meditation is wonderful. I highly recommend it. Yes, new background. Yes, yes. With the chair. It was a lot, but I kept going. Meditation. Meditation is great. I highly recommend meditation. Well, hello with an I too as well. I suggest a John Pryor collage background. Ooh. That would be good for live streaming. Welcome aboard, Julie. And also Kay Newton. I thought you were involved during Chris Watts' August 2018. Doing Chris Watts? Nope. I had watched it. I watched a lot of it, but I didn't do a video on Chris Watts until I think January of 2009, of 2000. Maybe it was 18. Was it 18? No, 2019. 2019. That was scary. Chris Watts was shortly after. I feel like it was my third video or third week or something like that. It was very close. Maybe back different angle. That might be good. We are. Not many Lindas you meet though, is it? Is there? Me too. My almost 3 million. Yes, I received almost 3 million videos or views on that video. Did anyone hear about the plea deal in Dylan Round's case? I did hear that. Thank you, Victoria. Thanks for the super sticker. Thanks, Jill. Okay, I need to go get some food. I understand. I was being really nice. Okay, I'm going to go eat something. Rhonda, does Rhonda have a question? Did I miss it? If you're wondering about the membership, look in the description box below this video and it'll have a link if that helps. Heidi is my hubby's second cousin. Isn't that insane? Also, my hubby's from Lake Charles, Louisiana, has a fam that lives next to Kay and Larry. That's crazy. I fought for her, Shelby. I just need to go get some food and be back. I have soup in a crock pot, so it cooked for me today. But I'll be back very quickly. I did do Gabby Petito's case. Yep. I did quite a few. And the last one, I outed Brian's mom, Roberta Laundry. I'll give you the Gabby, if you're interested, I'll give you the Gabby Petito link. Just one sec for you guys. Thank you, Shelby, too, by the way. I'm just starting to get pretty hungry now. I did 22 on that. Do I know what happened to the two young ladies who were killed outside their van? They were killed around the same time. You know what? There was somebody they were believing to be, if I remember correctly, that they're believing to be the suspect, and that person unalived themselves. Lindsay's on fire today is right. Okay, I'll be right back. So right now it's 11:52. They're supposed to be back at 12:30, but I'll be back before that. I just really need to eat some food. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, it's story time. We have a story. Let's just see where we're at. Let's get to the bottom of the comments. Thank you, Natasha. Thank you for being here. And welcome to the new members. Okay, so I was emailed a article about Dr. Raven. And the article, let's just double check. I'm just gonna, okay, we're good. We're live. Okay. So Dr. Raven has a little article written about her back in February 19th of 2024. And it says Vanguard Court Watch investigation. Expert highlights disturbing ignorance of primary forensic pathologist in wrongful accusation of murder case. It says Trey Kenneth Clay, a father facing apparently wrongful accusations of the murder of his 2-month-old son, as reported by the Vanguard, appeared Friday in Superior Court in front of Judge Dan Healy, who produced 2 packets of subpoena responses for the defense and prosecution. Trey Clay has been behind bars since 2021 when his son, Elijah Clay, died at the Oakland Children's Hospital after Elijah's mother noticed he was pale, cold, and breathing shakily. Elijah also had multiple bruises on his face and legs, according to the preliminary hearing transcript. As of February 2nd, the defense also filed a motion to dismiss for the count of assault on a child causing death against Clay. That arose because of alleged perjury in the forensic pathologist's testimony and the prior defense attorney's alleged incompetence, according to the court's official motion to dismiss. Amid Dr. Catherine's, now remember, Dr. Catherine is who was on the stand earlier today, talking about seeing the documents that John provided to her about Tammy's autopsy and her death. Amid Dr. Catherine Raven's inconsistent testimony and contradictory statements, as noted by Clay's mother, Michelle Lopez, in an Elijah's Truth Journey press release previously reported on by the Vanguard, Elijah was medically misdiagnosed and died because of brittle bone condition and not by shaken baby syndrome. Judge Healy noted the 2 packets were subpoenaed by Deputy District Attorney Barry Terra and were from the Children's Hospital where Elijah died and the county coroner's office. However, highlighting one of the deputy public defender, Jeanette Garcia's main concerns regarding Dr. Raven's apparent lack of notes, logs, or documentation on Elijah's autopsy and case, Judge Healy, addressing the subpoena, stated, "What there is not here at all is nothing to do with documentation of the file. No logs here that would answer the questions I think you all had before. I assumed means that they do not exist." Additionally, Friday, outside the presence of the court and Judge Healy, District Attorney Terra received a report written on February 13th from expert geneticist Dr. Gerard, addressing the main forensic pathologist Dr. Raven's testimony and the cause of Elijah's death. According to Dr. Raven, Elijah's cause of death was likely from repeated abuse, which she testified to during the preliminary hearing, where she explained that X-rays of Elijah revealed a number of fractures that are indicated by fibrous tissue and skull lesions. However, just a day before testimony in the preliminary hearing, Dr. Raven sent a contradictory text message to the morgue technician stating, because of the complicated nature of Elijah's case, it makes it almost impossible for me to commit to the abuse/homicide. During prior testimony during the preliminary hearing, expert geneticist confirmed Lopez's suspicions of medical misdiagnosis and provided evidence that Elijah likely suffered from a brittle bone condition and had obvious congenital malformations, which led to the infant's early death. according to the court transcript. In Dr. Powell's February 13 report, he addressed the disturbing ignorance of basic knowledge that Dr. Raven's testimony indicated and explained how the CT and X-ray imaging used to determine Elijah's fractures is faulty. This imaging method is insufficient due to the presence of accessory sutures that are often mistaken for skull fractures. Dr. Powell stated in the report, asserting Dr. Raven's conclusions about Elijah's fibrous tissues being evidence of fractures are false, and this fibrous tissue actually indicated skull sutures, where parts of the skull come together. Dr. Powell's explained, referencing Cunningham's textbook of anatomy, a textbook frequently used by medical students, that in past court proceedings, he did not go into this very extensively before, because the fact that skull sutures consist of fibrous tissue is a very basic knowledge in human anatomy. It continues on. Dr. Powell's also noted most skull fractures don't contain fibrous tissue, and while Dr. Raven's observation about Elijah having fibrous tissue are correct, her conclusions about what this fibrous tissue means are severely incorrect and inaccurate. This shows the presence of fibrous tissue in the skull lesion, as has been demonstrated by Dr. Raven, is evidence that the skull lesions are not fractures but accessory sutures. Accessory skull sutures, like all regular sutures, contain fibrous tissue that keep the bones together, in contrast to skull fractures. It once again highlights his belief, Dr. Powell's belief, that Dr. Raven's conclusions about what the fibrous tissue indicates are false. Concluding this report, Dr. Powell's called out Dr. Raven on her medical incompetence, stating, Dr. Raven's obvious misinterpretation of her own observations and of the CT imaging demonstrates a serious and very disturbing ignorance of basic knowledge in the fields of human anatomy, bone healing, and forensic pathology. So here's the other question. Is that why John sought her out? Right? So, now, not to say, okay, quite honestly, Judge, I think Linda has the tea. So, do you think that he would kind of sought her out, seek her out, going, I like the sounds of this. Maybe I get her up, I'll just give her just enough. And we'll go from there. Dun, dun, dun. All looking good. So, even though, okay, let's just put even Dr. Raven aside. Not aside, but let's focus on John for a minute. John still just provided her just enough and didn't give her everything, right? So, now, let's just get this. So basically, if you missed it, John Pryor went through with her this morning. That was his witness. And they went through talking about sitting on a chest and bruises, and they would take several people to, she said several people at first, to sit on or to put the pressure on somebody's chest, over 450 pounds. She actually cited a study done on it. And then Lindsay came in and said, hold my beer. John did say confirmatory bias instead of confirmation bias. Yeah, it would take 400 to 600 of pressure is what she's saying. And it's just ridiculous. What else? That's pretty much that with it. Should be pretty quick. Yeah, 7 minutes to court. Yeah, a really, really, really big Mac would have done it. Right? She's the only one he could get to put in additional things about seizures. I'm surprised he didn't get into the heavy lungs. That is a surprise. My John Pryor video, yeah, that I'm assuming the one about his shady past you're asking about. Here's John Pryor's shady past and when he wanted to quit. So what I just read was an article about Dr. Raven in a different case. And she is frowned upon about her testifying to certain things when it wasn't. And basically, they called her, I don't know the word. The Hamburglar done it. So, and then we heard John use the word murder today. Who weren't present at the murder. Ooh, looks like that's a tough one for John. Do you think he will discuss the kids at any point? In what way, Lisa? I think that Chad's other children will be on this afternoon, is my guess. I don't think they even talked about pink foam today, did they? I don't remember hearing that. But sometimes as I'm writing down. We know that it wouldn't take a lot. There's so many Chris Watts, like they're saying, Chris Watts, Brian Laundrie. I mean, there's lots, right? Yeah, no pink foam talk. Gotta get that out. Bark! What do you think? I wonder if he's just like, I can't believe I just said murder today. He's tried so hard for 6 weeks or however many weeks it is. Since April 1st, he's been trying so hard. And he did a little bit of an oopsie today, a little Freudian slip. Of course, you don't need drugs to strangle them. It's just interesting how he brings it up. And then Lindsay's like, no, this is BS. She's like, do you need this? Do you need that? Do you need this? Do you need that? Did you get the prescriptions from Walmart? No, I did not. Oh, did you get the medical history? No, I did not. So you have an expert. This is the judge. You have an expert on the stand that didn't get the medical records, didn't get the prescription history, and is expertly reviewing the Dr. Christensen's report, where he's done 3,000, I believe the number was. And we're going to sit here and listen to that. I am surprised too. Boston Sarah says, I'm surprised Pryor isn't putting on a stronger case. Makes me wonder if use of the word murder indicates how he actually feels about the case. I think that's exactly what it is. He knows. And he's just trying his best, his very bestest. So oh, this is good. He didn't try to, we had a little bit more, I think, in trial, didn't we? And he didn't, did he try and walk it back? Yeah, he had Regan Price up and he didn't walk back anything. So we'll see. Maybe he'll slip up again. Maybe the pressure is getting to him that he'll start to slip up. We'll see what this afternoon is like. Now, I hope Lindsay's coming back this afternoon and she's going to get her A game as she usually does and starts tearing up a strip. Lindsay's going to be awesome. So we left off. We don't know who's coming up next. He has 2, they said, for today. So are they his last 2? I don't know. I think there's going to be another day. I feel like there'll be more because I think he said 4 experts, right? So there's Charles. Say hi to Charles, everyone. DNA expert this afternoon, you think? Or do you think more children? Baby Evelyn. I got to get the other. I got to write that down. Oh, the list keeps going and going. Okay, hang on. I got to fix the other frame. It's experts this afternoon, Nate said he thinks. Okay. DNA expert, Hempinkian. Okay. So maybe tomorrow's the other 2 kids? Well, that was weird. Hang on. It kicked me out. Pryor is with an I. John Pryor is with an I. Okay, so we should be on any minute. Let's double check and make sure it's not behind. So we're still live. Everything's a go. John says, hopefully there is at least one of the 5 who would skim the normal range. Well, let's hope. I feel like now this is a couple years ago. I did it in 2021, the 48-hour episode with the children. And I feel like back then there was 1 or 2 that were kind of, I don't know. So we'll see what happens on the stand. But you know, John doesn't want to put anybody that doesn't look good, obviously. They should be back. It's 4 minutes late. Usually they're 5 minutes late anyways when they say, so. My computer went dark. Shouldn't be any blocks. It just maybe that if there's a comment that has something in it, maybe it didn't show up. So if we have the DNA experts this afternoon, then tomorrow would probably be the kids if they're still coming up. The other 2, right, out of the 5. So 4 out of 5. Just making a note to myself here. Yes, good point. There is a filter. Sometimes it automatically goes to top comments. And then so you have to do all so you could see them all. Oh, they're coming back. See, 5 minutes late.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, I believe we're ready to have the jurors brought back in and then we can go on the record. All right, please. All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, we'll take just a moment to make sure our tech's working here on the live stream, please. Okay, we are back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We've returned from the lunch recess we scheduled early today. Mr. Pryor, I believe you've got another witness here ready to call. Is that correct? You may. So the defense continues with its case in chief, and once you are ready, Mr. Pryor, you can name and call your next witness, please.
Judge, the defense called Asmir Karerik.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you.
All right, before we get started with direct examination, I just want to inquire of the witness. First, is there a title you go by, investigator, officer, agent, et cetera?
Investigators, fine, Your Honor.
Investigator, all right. Investigator, is it Karerik?
Karadzic.
Karadzic. Have you observed any of this trial since it began either on the live stream or here in person at all?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've given in trial?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for answering those questions. You may go ahead and start your direct, Mr. Pryor.
Investigator, would you state your name and spell your last name for the record for me, please?
Asmir Karadzic, Kararic.
All right. Investigator, how are you employed?
I am working right now for Idaho Attorney General's office as an
In-
investigator.
In June of approximately 2020, were you employed in the same capacity?
Yes, sir.
At what time were you asked to participate in an investigation regarding Tammy Daybell?
I believe I was assigned this case on April 10th of 2020.
Okay, and on April 10th, was there a ending date for that investigation or your participation?
Our office ended this investigation, I believe, in February of next year.
So at some point, you were asked to participate in an investigation, and then in February, you were asked to cease that investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
At some point, did you come to some conclusion regarding the investigation? Or was there some other reason for the ceasing of the investigation?
I was asked by my chief to end the investigation because the Fremont County Prosecutor's Office wanted the case back.
Okay, and originally they handed the case to your office, is that correct?
Correct, for prosecution.
And then at some point, they elected to ask that the case be returned to them, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As part of your investigation, did you engage in an interview with a person by the name of Melanie Gibb?
Yes, I did.
And can you recall the date or dates that you interviewed Miss Gibb?
That was August 5th of 2020.
And as part of that investigation, was that recorded?
Yes, it was.
Was it your normal policy to record interviews of witnesses?
Yes, sir.
And that's generally a good practice, would you agree?
Yes,
To ensure that you get an accurate reflection of what was discussed during the interview, correct?
correct.
I want to go back, if you can recall, the amount of time you spent during the interview.
The interview was 3 hours, 38 minutes, and I forget the seconds. It's about 182-page report.
Would that be a considerable interview?
Yes,
More so than on the average?
yes,
Would it tend to be on the large end of an interview?
yes.
And can you explain to me why the interview took so long?
Well, we had a lot to discuss. I had a lot of questions that I wanted to know from Ms. Gibb. Wanted to know how she was aware of anything in this case, if she knew Lori Vallow, Chad, and their beliefs.
Okay. At any time, did you start asking questions about her personal beliefs?
Well, I clarified some things with her because she said a lot of things that I did not really understand. I didn't understand what she was talking about. But yeah, it did lead to that.
And part of the questioning about that was she was expressing her opinion about her personal beliefs and on topics that you didn't quite even understand what she was talking about?
There was a lot that I didn't understand, so I would have her clarify, but it wasn't a topic of her personal beliefs.
Okay, it was or was not?
It seemed to be.
Okay, and can you recall what some of the topics that she discussed with you that were part of her personal beliefs that you did not understand?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance as to Ms. Gibbs' personal beliefs.
Overruled.
You may answer.
Some of the things that she was talking about is, I call it the scale, the light or dark. She gave me the impression that she can maybe was able to determine if a person was either light or dark.
Is that something that she advised you of?
She kind of hinted at it.
Okay. And there were other options. She talked about her personal understanding of casting.
She did talk about that.
Okay. She talked about her personal understanding of being able to use vibrations as a means of healing or something to that effect.
Something to that effect. Yeah.
And these were visions or the visions, excuse me. These were topics that she, in your opinion, she expressed that she had a true belief in. Is that correct?
During the interview, I believe that she believed in that.
Okay. Now, just to reiterate, this was on August 5th of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was more than a year after the allegations relating to the start of the case with Mr. Daybell and others. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I would object. I believe that misstates the evidence.
Okay.
Sustained.
Now, at the end of this, and would it be fair to say that this was sort of a teaching to you of her religious theories and beliefs?
For me, it was, since I didn't really understand it, it felt like she was educating me a lot about her beliefs.
Okay. Okay. And she didn't say where she got these beliefs from, did she?
No,
Okay. She never told you that Chad Daybell taught her about all of these beliefs, did she?
she did talk in the interview that she heard from Chad and Lori some of the same things that she was mentioning.
Okay. But at no time did she tell you that it was Chad Daybell who taught you about all of these unusual or I'm sorry, Judge, all of these beliefs that she discussed with you?
Not specifically.
Okay. At some point, the interview ended. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then at some point, there was a further discussion that was off the tape, correct?
Correct.
And in all respect to you, officer, you contacted me and told me about that openly, did you not?
I did.
You discussed with me that upon review and being received a subpoena from my office, you discovered that there was a portion of that interview that was not properly recorded, correct?
Correct.
You didn't anticipate that Ms. Gibb would continue to talk to you after the recording was pushed off, did you?
Correct.
Okay, and what was the topic of that discussion?
After the interview was done, it was more because I was curious. Her talking about the scale of light and dark discussion. I believe she mentioned that I was nice, that I was a good person. And so I just asked the question, what did she believe on the scale? Where would she rate me?
And did she respond to you?
She did.
What did she say?
She stated that I was on the light side, that I was so light that I was given this light aura.
And was that something that she made it? She didn't tell you that was Chad Daybell told her how to do that, did she?
No, she did not.
She did that on her own initiative, is that right?
Objection misstates the evidence.
World.
I have nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right. All right, Ms. Beatty, when you're ready, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. During your interview with Melanie Gibb, did she ever tell you that she created this belief system that Lori and Chad also adhered to?
No, she did not.
In fact, did she not tell you that she met Chad through Lori and that she was a follower of some of their teachings?
Yes.
Didn't she tell you that Chad would tell Lori about these ideas and that Lori would then convey them to her?
Yes.
So isn't it fair to say that many of these ideas, whether or not Melanie Gibb adhered to them, did in fact come from Chad Daybell?
Judge, objection, speculation.
Your Honor, it goes straight to,
It's overruled, Ms. Beatty.
you may answer.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Includes cross, any redirect, Mr. Pryor?
No, Judge, this witness may be excused from the defense. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you for coming in and testifying. I don't believe he'll remain under any subpoena, will he,
No, Judge, not from my office.
in the state?
He's released by the state.
Okay, thank you for
This is
appearing.
all John has. This is all you got? This is all you got, John? Ooh. Why'd you
Let me
ask
call you
Chad?
my next witness, Mr. Pryor.
Ask Chad for a patriarchal blessing.
Yes.
He needs a blessing and a Hail Mary at this point.
We would call Rick Schmidt.
Like, there's so many things John could try.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Okay, before we begin with testimony again, I'll ask this witness as well. Do you have a particular title you go by? Agent, officer, et cetera?
Rick Schmidt.
Okay. Mr. Schmidt, then I do want to inquire, have you been observing in any way any of the trial testimony that's taken place since this case started?
I
Or
did
five.
the,
This was the issue that was brought up on the sidebar earlier.
Oh, okay. And counsel, could we have a brief, quick second sidebar on that?
John, don't forget your spaghetti. Your meatballs. Forgot the meatballs back at home. Let's see what the sidebar is. We are all wondering who Rick Schmidt is right now.
All right, counsel, thank you for the reminder. We are going to have the jurors just quickly line up and wait out in the hallway for a moment while we take up a brief matter outside your presence, and then we'll have you return right back in for additional testimony here.
All right, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, counsel, we had the jurors excused for a moment. In a sidebar, I was notified there may have been an issue with some inadvertent exposure to trial testimony by this witness. We thought it was something that would best taken up outside the juror's presence. I believe the state identified the issue, and perhaps we could just have a quick question of the witness on this, or I'll just, based on the proffer, I guess, pose the question. Mr. Schmidt, it was advised to the court that you may have overheard some trial testimony of a previous witness. Is that correct?
Yes,
And what was it that you recall hearing that was testified to in the case?
it was by Ron Arnold. He said, when Mr. Pryor asked him a question, he said, I don't know, you own the property, you tell me.
And how was it that you came about hearing that?
It was playing on a device when I came home from work that my wife was watching, and
Okay, and beyond that, did you listen to or hear any other trial testimony?
no,
Okay, and certainly I understand those things can happen. I want to make clear, I'm not saying you've done anything wrong here, other than we need to get the issue out on the record before you testify. So knowing that that comment was overheard, does the defense, I'll start with you, Mr. Pryor, do you have any questions for him in regards to what he may have heard on that?
No, none whatsoever.
All right, does the state have any questions for the witness before we move on to that?
No.
Okay, we'll go ahead and have the jurors brought back in. I just wanted to not bring that fact up again in front of the jurors since they were instructed to disregard it previously. So the jurors can return and you can just start on with your direct at that time. Thank you, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Can you repeat that, please? I love this moment. I love it that he, out of everything he could have heard, he heard Ron Arnold say, well, I don't know, John, you own it, you tell me. Oh, exactly.
Here's offering the counter for you.
Thank you. Please be seated.
John says it. Gotta know. He said, you own it. You tell me. That's what I saw. You could have timed it any better.
All right, Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to commence with direct, you may.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schmidt.
Hi.
At some point, you were referred to as Officer Schmidt. Is that right?
yes,
That was in June of 2019, 2020.
yes.
And which department were you with, sir?
The Rexburg Police Department.
Okay. At some point, you were assigned a task to participate in some sort of excavation or shovel work on June 9th of 2020 on the Daybell property. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recall testifying in a previous proceeding last April of 2023 and being asked questions about boundaries and your role in that task that you were tasked with?
yes,
Okay. Do you recall being asked about whether or not there were any boundaries given at that point when you were testifying last April of 2023?
yes.
Do you recall what your response was?
I said there was no boundaries.
Okay. And then you were asked a question about whether or not they said, here's a shovel, go out there and find some stuff. Do you recall being asked about that as well?
Yes,
Do you recall what your response was?
yes.
What was your response?
Something to the effect that, something like that.
Okay. Would it help to refresh your recollection if I showed you something?
Yes,
Judge, may I have the could I have the deputy provide the officer with a transcript of his testimony? And
Yes, you may.
where the asterisk is there. Just have him read it, just the first line and the answer.
All right, so this is being proffered to refresh his recollection. Is that
Yes,
correct?
Judge. And officer, after you read it, then the deputy will run it back to me. He'll show you where he wants you to read. Now, officer, in that hearing back in April of 2023, you were asked just, hey, here's a shovel, go out there and find some stuff. Do you recall being asked that?
yes,
And what was your response?
pretty much.
Is it possible your response was yes?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
pretty much.
Oh,
Pretty much was in there too.
okay. Pretty much was in there as well. Judge, I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Cross from the state.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schmidt.
Hi.
Do you still have that transcript up with you?
No,
You were asked about the morning or the events that took place on Chad Daybell's residence on June 9th, 2020, correct?
yes,
And you were asked about some answers you gave in a prior evidentiary hearing.
yes.
Judge, could we have a sidebar?
Yes.
I feel like my extra mic might be coming out right now. Judge, I have no clue what I'm doing to bring up any of my witnesses. And I'm doing a bunch of pointless stuff where I could have had opportunity to really, really hone in on some important things. But now I just wanted to ask the question that, sir, you were told to get a shovel and go get some stuff. Is that correct? Go find some stuff. Yes, pretty much. That's what you got? Okay, no further questions, Your Honor. I'm done with this witness. Everybody's wondering if they missed the testimony. Nope, you really didn't miss a whole lot. I love how he just said, yeah, I came home and my wife had it playing on Ron Arnold. Out of 7 weeks, of the entire thing, he came home and heard his wife go, I don't know, John, you own it. And he's just so serious, like, yeah, that's what I heard. Even John laughed.
All right, thank you. The court, in a sidebar there, just discussed with counsel some terminology in the questioning. There was a reference to a term evidentiary hearing made in the cross-examination. The court would instruct the jurors to disregard that term evidentiary hearing and just have a reference that a hearing took place. So, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue with your cross, you may.
Thank you. Mr. Schmidt, you were asked about your involvement on June 9th, 2020.
Yes,
And where were you that day?
on Chad Daybell's property.
And you were asked about a couple of specific questions you were asked last year.
Yes,
Let's talk about that real quick. You were asked about boundaries.
yes,
Do you recall what that question was in regards to?
no,
Would it refresh your memory to see a transcript of what you testified to last year?
yes, okay.
And if you can put that down, thank you. Do you recall, in relation to what were you asked about boundaries?
In the search, a grid search,
All right. And do you recall what specific area you were searching or that you were asked about searching in regards to those boundaries?
yes, the fire pit and the pet cemetery areas.
As you sit there today, do you recall there being any type of grid or boundary at those areas when you were searching?
I don't, just right inside the fire pit and then the pet cemetery area. No specific boundaries in relation to those areas.
Do you recall seeing any type of grid placed on the ground?
I don't remember that.
You were also asked about something to the effect of being handed a shovel and walking around.
Yes.
When you first arrived at Mr. Daybell's property, what was the first thing you did?
I don't recall the first thing that I did.
Okay. At any point, did you have a shovel
Yes.
and walk around the property?
Yes.
And was that something you were instructed to do?
Yes.
Do you recall who instructed you to do it?
I believe it was Steve Daniels.
And do you recall who Steve Daniels is?
He's FBI. He's with the forensic. I think he was in charge of the scene that day.
So in fact, weren't you told before the search really got going in any specific areas to look around the property and see if you saw anything irregular?
Judge objection goes beyond the scope of direct.
Overruled.
Yes.
And were you with anyone else when you did that?
Yes.
Who were you with? Do you remember?
I remember Colin Erickson from the police department and Travis. I can't remember his last name, but he was FBI. And we were instructed to walk around the field and look for soft spots or different areas that looked different.
If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right.
Judge, there will be no further questions from the defense.
Very well. That'll conclude your testimony then, Mr. Schmidt. Is either side intending to have him held under subpoena until the trial's done?
Not from the defense, Judge. Thank you.
Not from the state.
Okay. Then
No,
you're released from the subpoena. Thank
We're
you for
not
coming in and
gonna-
testifying today.
we're not gonna talk
welcome.
about his foot on the ground or what kind of boots he was wearing. Nothing like that. John? John? Prior? Prior?
All right, Mr. Pryor, as I understand it, based on discussions we've had, the defense is not prepared with another witness this afternoon. Is that correct?
Judge, because of the travel, some of my experts will not be available until 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Okay, well, if that's where we stand, then we're going to need to go ahead and recess for the day. We'll continue from the court side of things, working on other administrative issues as we get towards the conclusion of this trial. I do want to let the jury know we're certainly mindful of your time and doing our best to get productive days in for you, to not extend things out unnecessarily. In a trial of this length, it can be difficult given the timing of scheduling things months and months in advance. So we're doing our best here, but we are going to go ahead and recess for the day, and we'll continue again in the morning then with another defense witness at 8:30. Thank you for your attentiveness today. As you break for the day, please follow the continuing instruction of the court to not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please don't do anything to investigate the case or follow any media that you see on the case. And we will see you here tomorrow morning for additional evidence, and we will be in recess.
All right, please.
I can't even believe it right now. This was very, very interesting. So, wow. Okay, so let's just be in the spot of
All right, thanks everyone in attendance today for complying with the courtroom conduct order, and we'll be in recess.
Folks, please grab all of your belongings as you head out.
let's just talk about this for a minute. I might rewind so that we could see Rick say again about what he heard and how deadpan it was. Let's rewind that for a minute. See if I can find it.
They handed the case.
We are back, Daybell. I believe you are ready, Mr. Price.
Eric.
Mr. Ryan.
Just fast forward and don't worry.
State your name and spell your.
RIC, the Attorney General's office.
Employed in the same capacity?
Yes, sir.
At what time were you asked to?
Where did that come in after?
Participate in an investigation regarding Tammy Daybell?
I believe I was assigned this case on April 10th of 2020.
Okay, and on April 10th, was there a ending date for that investigation or your participation?
Our office ended this investigation, I believe, in February of next year.
So at some point you were asked to participate in an investigation, and then in February you were asked to cease that investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
At some point, did you come to some conclusion regarding the investigation? Or was there some other reason for the ceasing of the investigation?
I was asked by my chief to end the investigation because the Fremont County Prosecutor's Office wanted the case back.
Okay, and originally they handed the case to your office, is that correct?
Okay, I'm gonna
Correct, for prosecution.
The investigation. Your normal policy of what was discussed during the interview, correct?
Correct.
And
Melanie,
I think we
you have to bring Melanie
Question
up.
about,
some of the topics that she discussed with you that
the dark
thing, there were, she advised you.
Hang on, sorry, I know it's annoying to
talked-
fast forward, but I want to get to that spot.
Case with Mr. Daybell, say that this was just. Okay, but at no time did she tell you that it was Chad Daybell who taught you about.
discussion. I believe she mentioned that I was nice, that I was a good person.
Daybell.
Judge, objection, speculation.
Your Honor, it goes straight to
Oh, it was after Beatty. Okay, hang on.
Been
Discovered that there was a portion of that interview that was not properly recorded, correct?
Correct.
Daybell.
Judge, objection.
all right, counsel. Thank you for the reminder. We are going to have the jurors just quickly line up and answer. All right, counsel, we have
Here.
the jurors excused for a moment. In a sidebar, I was notified there may have been an issue with.
Oh, I hope it's not going to cut off. Sometimes they stop the live stream and then I can't get it. Yeah, it looks like it's not going to do it. Because what happens is they stop their live stream that's not accessible anymore. I thought we'd be able to rewind it. Yep. It ended. Shoot. As a retired paralegal, this has been the worst offense I've ever seen. This is interesting. So this is where I wanted to talk about what I was going to say earlier. If you are the defense attorney and this case is crazy, convoluted, very, very confusing for the jurors. Well, maybe it's not confusing for the jurors. Maybe they laid it out quite nicely for them. But it is a confusing case. It's an overwhelming case. John has one shot. And this is the questions he's asking, and this is his only angle. Why is he bringing him up and talking about passing shovels? And that's it. There's no basis of anything. I just can't. It's making it worse, honestly. So really for the jurors, they're probably like, what is this all about? Now I could see. Let's just see if I could do this.
Is that correct? Yes, sir. Okay. As part of your investigation, or something to that effect?
Hang on, guys.
So the defense continues with its case in chief. I'm going to make sure our text's working. You can name and call your next witness, please.
Let's give
Thank you. Sir, agent, etc. Once it began answering those questions, please.
Asmir Karadzic, investigator.
Participated in investigation. Was there
Of mention of
at some point,
my sheet correct for
okay, record,
was 3 hours, 38 minutes, and I forget the seconds. It's about 100. Talking about.
It's hard on the phone now.
I call it the scale, the light or dark. She gave me the impression that she can maybe.
I'm trying to do it on my phone.
All right, counsel, thank you for the reminder. We are going to have the jurors just quickly line up and answer the.
Oh, I hope it's not going to come. Anyway, we'll have to do it another time. We can rewind. You guys can rewind. It's not working on mine. Yeah, that's really bad. Yes, Renee, I do a little jab at Lori and Chad because I hit 144,000 first before they did. So I've been doing that for years to, little poke fun at them. Exactly. They wouldn't use Chad's shovel for the search for. Is that's what he's trying to do? Like, oh, that is so weak. Like, can he not do better than that? What would you guys do? They ended so early because John's witnesses, they're going to be there tomorrow at 8:30. So he has, because it was supposed to take longer, we thought, heck, with John Pryor, we thought it would be all day for each person. So now we wait for tomorrow. So what did we see this afternoon? Who did we see? So today we went through the continuation of Joseph Murray. Then we had Dr. Kathy Raven on. And then we had Regan Price. I don't know where my highlighter went. And then we had the investigator on. And then Rick Schmidt, which was so good. Let me take the banner off now. That's a good question, especially if he's only going to have one question for them. Maybe John is feeling defeated, just wants it to be done. You got to wonder. Well, this is nuts. So maybe the prosecution's laughing, smiling at what's going on. So did you hear them say today that Lori was over the next day after their mother died? Linda, you're the leader of the 144, and I'm the holy roast. And Chad's the holy toast. You have some good zingers. You do. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. I so appreciate that. You guys are so great. Teamwork makes the dream work. Thank you. That'll help for when I can work now. So since it's early, then that gives me a couple more hours to get some work done, which is wonderful. So I'll get to that. And then my child comes home, and then we just go from there. All right. We're going to cut it early, you guys. I'm going to go and do some work on actual videos so that I can hopefully do a video in the next couple of days here. Any other questions? The jurors do get paid, although very minimally. What is someone saying here? Well, I have to get some videos done. That's important. So bye, you guys. Okay, thank you for joining me. Tomorrow, I'll set up another live stream for tomorrow. Let me put that down. We'll be on day 28 and day 3 of ridiculousness. Live stream. And I have it down to set up the Zoom for the members as well, and some other list of things to do. So thanks so much for being here. And don't forget to hit a like on the way out and subscribe and all those lovely things. Talk to you soon. Bye.